We should basically be live now. Okay. I'm going to go start broadcasting.
Okay.
Tell me when, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. He's starting the cable broadcast, almost ready. Ready?
Yeah. I need the microphone.
Okay, Mayor. We are now live.
Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority meeting of June 23rd, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Here.
Councilmember Carter,
Here.
Councilmember Petrone,
Here.
Councilmember Hall,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Present.
Councilmember Holman,
Here.
Councilmember Scott. Oh, looks like she's coming in now. Councilmember Scott has now joined us. Mayor Clark.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Item 3, approval of the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority minutes of June 9th, 2020. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The motion to approve the minutes is unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 4, Proclamation 1920-45, proclaiming the month of July 2020 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Norman. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes. A
That was unanimous. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming the month of July 2020 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Norman. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including here in the City of Norman. And whereas our parks and recreation facilities are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. Whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of business, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect ground, that's in there twice. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and now, therefore, I, Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, do hereby proclaim that the month of July 2020 is Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Norman. On that note, I am very pleased to announce that our Parks and Recreation Department has been working hard to overhaul our Adopt a Park program. I know that people are very aware of our Adopt a Street, which I'm grateful for the citizen and different organization service to help us beautify that part of our community. But we have over 60 city parks in Norman, and now is another opportunity to give back. And we'll share more information about that program as it becomes available. With that, we'll move on to item 5, the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the City Council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. I need a motion to place items 6 through 26 on the consent docket.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to place items 6 through 26 on the consent docket. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The consent docket was, placement of consent docket was approved unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 6, ordinance 1920-65 upon first reading, prohibiting the furnishing of tobacco and vapor products to anyone under the age of 21, prohibiting the possession of tobacco and vapor products by anyone under 21, prohibiting the display or sale of tobacco or vapor products where self-accessible by anyone under the age of 21. Item 7, Finance Director's Investment Report as of May 30th, 2020. Item 8, Monthly Departmental Reports for the month of May 2020. Item 9, Bid 1920-62, Contract 1920-136 with Domino Equipment Company, LLC, in the amount of $399,876.86. Performance Bond 1920-93, Statutory Bond 1920-94, and Maintenance Bond 1920-65 for the Compressed Natural Gas, or CNG, Time Fill System Expansion Product for Norman Public Transit and Park Maintenance Project, and adoption of Resolution 1920-123, granting tax exempt status and budget transfer and budget appropriation. Item 10, Norman Certificate of Survey, COS 1920-3 for Rendell Creek with a variance in the private road width from 20 feet to 12 feet. Item 11, Norman Certificate of Survey, COS 1920-4 for Woodlands Estates with a variance in the private road width from 20 feet to 12 feet. 11B, consideration of a request from the Norman Housing Authority to waive the payment in lieu of taxes, also known as pilot, in the amount of $17,668.86 for fiscal year ending FYE 2019. Item 12, Norman Certificate of Survey, COS 1920-5 for Bliss Farms and acceptance of easements 1920-68 and 1920-69. Item 13, easement 1920-66, permanent sanitary sewer easement donated by University North Park LLC for University North Park Section 17 of planned unit development. Item 14, easement 1920-67, permanent drainage easement donated by University North Park LLC for University North Park Section 17 of planned unit development. Item 15, easement 1920-70, a permanent sanitary sewer easement donated by the Parks and Recreation Department to be used for the Northwest Sewer Interceptor Project located between 36th Avenue Northwest and Interstate 35 in Ruby Grant Park. Item 16, return of cash surety in the amount of $32,933.80 for deferred construction for paving and sidewalk improvements in connection with Park Place Addition, Section 6. Item 17, special claim 1920-15 submitted by Caitlin O'Neill in the amount of $4,850.88 for vehicle damage and towing expenses that occurred as a result of a collision with a city sanitation truck at the intersection of Classen Boulevard and East Boyd Street. Item 18, special claim 1920-16, submitted by Samantha Lovelady for medical expenses in the amount of $2,607 and Thomas Davis for vehicle damage in the amount of $7,421 that occurred as a result of a collision with a fire department truck at the intersection of Classen Boulevard and Alameda Street. Item 19, amendment number 2 to contract 1213-125 with Tyler Technologies Incorporated, formerly Old World Incorporated, extending the contract for 1 year with a renewal fee of $201,927 to provide maintenance and support services for the Computer Aided Dispatch, or CAD, Police Records Management Services, RMS, and Mobile Data Network, MDN project. Item 20, change order number 2 to contract 1920-13 with EMC Services, LLC, increasing the contract amount by $31,740 for a revised contract amount of $357,260 for the FYE 2020 sidewalk concrete projects and budget transfer between project accounts. Item 21, amendment number 1 to contract 1920-14 with the Oklahoma Historical Society State Historic Preservation Office, extending the certified local government's grant deadline until September 1, 2020, with grant funding in the amount of $16,767 to be used for the development and support of local historic programs. Item 22, amendment number 1 to contract 1920-92 with Main Street Architects Incorporated, extending the contract amount until September 1, 2020 to provide professional services related to the update of historic preservation guidelines. Item 23, amendment number 1 to contract 1920-115 with Garver LLC, increasing the contract amount by $2,890,910 for final design, installation, and oversight of a temporary research pilot for inland indirect potable reuse located at the water reclamation facility and budget appropriation from the wastewater fund balance. Item 24, contract 1920-125 with Dodds Complete Lawn Service LLC in the amount of $28,500 to provide general site restroom contractual maintenance for Legacy Park. Item 24B, contract 1920-137, an interlocal agreement by and between the City of Norman, Oklahoma and the Central Oklahoma Transportation and Parking Authority, COPTA, doing business as Embark, to provide transit services for the City of Norman from July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, in an annual amount not to exceed $3,124,074 for the provision of transit services and associated costs. Item 25, Resolution 1920-124, a joint resolution of the City Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, and the trustees of the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority appropriating $3,107,026 more or less accrued interest and expenses from the University North Park TIF fund balance to the general fund and capital fund balance. Item 26, Resolution 1920-125, establishing procedures allowing building permit fees charged pursuant to Section 5-104 of the City Code to be adjusted as an incentive for residential homes achieving certain Home Energy Rating System, or HERS Index, ERI, scores, and completion of the pilot program established in Resolution 1718-117 through June 30th, 2021. I need a motion to approve or reject the consent docket.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket? Please raise your hand if you have a comment. Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Consent docket is approved unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have several items off consent tonight, and there are many ways to comment on these items, including through our social media. You could email comments to the city clerk, which Madam Clerk, you can clarify if it's too late for that since you are helping to run this meeting. But you can also go to City Hall, even though we are not there. We have set up a system with proper social distancing where you can make comments, and we have one of our many Zoom screens designated for residents to comment. We do ask that you wear facial coverings if you will be visiting the Norman City Hall. With that, we will dive in. Item 27, award awarding bid for the purchase of $11,250,000 in general obligation bonds series 2020A of the city of Norman, and vote to award said bonds to the lowest bidder, complying with the notice of sale and instructions to bidders, or to reject all bids. I need a motion to accept or reject the bids meeting specifications and award the bid in the amount of 1.83622% from FHN Financial Capital Markets as the lowest and best bidder meeting spec.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Mr. Anthony Francisco, our Finance Director, to make a presentation of the bids. Anthony's presentation will cover both the bids and the following ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Yes, I am pleased to speak to items 27 and 28. Again, this has been an ongoing subject for council since 2008, when the voters of Norman originally approved general obligation bonds for the refurbishment and reconstruction of the municipal complex. And before we could proceed with that, however, we had to get approval for the funding for a new municipal library. And so when Norman Forward passed in 2015, we were able to proceed with the construction of a new library that was completed this past November. And now we are moving forward with municipal complex renovations, and we're well underway with the final design of those improvements. So these general obligation bonds that were approved in 2008 are now being issued. We got extremely good competitive bids today for the placement of these bonds. That was forwarded to council in a memorandum this afternoon, but I'll just read off the bids that we got. The low bid was from, as the mayor said, FHN Financial Markets from New York City. They have offices throughout the country, and we've been dealing with their Memphis office actually for a long time. Their bid was 1.8362%. So 1.8%. Just, I mean, you know, $11 million, 1.8%. This is extremely good rates. We hope that the market will continue to be as positive as we found it today. The second low bid was from Bernardi Securities of Chicago, 1.846. Third place was Robert Baird and Company from Milwaukee, 1.85%. KeyBank Capital Markets of Cleveland bid 1.854%. And a local consortium of the Banker Group and Armstrong Bank from here in Norman had a very competitive bid of 1.918%. We're recommending the award of the bid to the low bidder, FHN Financial Capital Markets. And I'd be glad to respond to any questions that council may have. I'm joined by our financial advisor and bond counsel teams if there's any questions to be posed to them.
Thank you, Mr. Francisco. It's exciting to see proof that those low interest rates we've been talking about are real and not a myth, and we will benefit from them. Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Please raise your hand.
I'm seeing
Seeing
none.
none. Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
Okay, we have nothing on email or social media. No one in the audience is coming forward.
Thank you. Are there any final questions from council regarding this item? Please raise your hand if you have a question.
Seeing none, Mayor.
Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve this item. The motion on the, yes, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The bids are accepted and awarded as stated prior unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 28, ordinance 1920-50, providing for the issuance of general obligation bonds, Series 2020A, in the amount of $11,250,000, authorized at an election duly called for such purpose, prescribing form of bonds, providing for registration, designating the registrar for the issue, providing for levy of an annual tax for payment of principal and interest on the bonds, and fixing other details. Approving the forms of a continuing disclosure agreement and an official statement, authorizing executions and actions for the issuance of the delivery of the bonds, and declaring an emergency. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on first reading by title only.
So moved.
Second.
This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Seeing none, are there any further public comments regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on first reading by title only. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon first reading unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading unanimously.
I'll now entertain a motion to approve or reject emergency section 10.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to approve emergency section 10. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Emergency section is approved unanimously.
All right, we're almost done. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
The
Second.
motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes,
The ordinance is adopted on final reading unanimously.
thank you. I do want to make a statement about the next few items. I understand that we have received a letter from Joe Harris, president of the University of Oklahoma, expressing support for this item. Because of my employment by OU, I wanted to disclose this and relay that I have not had any conversations with Mr. Harris about this item or his letter, nor has there been any indication that my vote may result in any direct or indirect benefit, detriment, or employment consequence. As such, I intend to participate in the discussion and vote on this item. Item 29, Resolution 1920-73, amending the Norman 2025 Land Use and Transportation Plan to remove property located at 542 and 534 South University Boulevard from high-density residential designation to mixed-use designation. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the land use plan amendment.
I move to postpone.
Is there a second?
I'll give her a second.
Are there any questions from council regarding the postponement?
I'd like to hear from Councilmember Hall.
Yes, I would like to move to postpone agenda items 29, 30, and 31 for consideration at the next regular council meeting on Tuesday, July 14th, 2020. I would like your support for postponing these items tonight for reasons that involve both project and process. This is a significant project that has generated high interest not only from the surrounding neighborhoods and Campus Corner, but from across the community. This project is complex and deserves the careful consideration of council. Just since last Friday, we have received a third revision of the CCPUD document, a site plan that has been altered since the Planning Commission meeting, the lease agreement between the First Presbyterian Church and the applicant, and a final approval just yesterday of the lease agreement from the Indian Nations Presbytery, as well as new information from our city attorney, who had not had the opportunity to review the lease agreement until we received final approval yesterday and was shared with council only a short time ago today. And I suspect many of us had not even had a chance to see this information yet. This postponement will allow time for processing new information and discernment. It allows additional time for the applicant to arrange for a neighborhood meeting to incorporate all of this new information and to share all of the revisions that the applicant has agreed to in just the last week that addresses some of the neighbors' continuing concerns about this project, as well as an opportunity to hear directly from the applicant and ask questions. Many are just now learning about this project that will impact their neighborhood. And because we find ourselves in unprecedented times dealing with a public health emergency, the process starting with the pre-development meeting through the Planning Commission and including tonight has been challenging for all of us. We've had to adapt to new ways of conducting the city's business that has at times limited the ability of our residents to actively participate and be heard due to the confusion on how the meeting is conducted, technical difficulty due to issues beyond the city's control, and technical abilities of the residents themselves to participate in any other way than attending in person. So I believe this will give all of us an opportunity to digest and absorb all of the new information that we've been given and give the applicant an opportunity to incorporate all of the changes that we have seen over the last few days so that we can properly discuss this and ask questions on July 14th.
Councilmember Patron.
Councilmember Hall, did you say what date certain for the postponement?
Yes, July 14th.
Okay.
Looks like you have a question from Councilmember Wilson.
Okay.
My question is for probably Brenda. Whenever there's a change between Planning Commission and when it makes it to council, is there a threshold of how much they change before it has to go back to Planning Commission? I'm just curious.
I'm going to
Generally.
defer that to Catherine.
There you go. That might be the better. Thank you.
There's not a specific threshold, and it's not uncommon, particularly with PUDs, to see changes continue to be made because it's, essentially you're creating your own specialized zoning district. And I think in this case, my understanding is a lot of the changes were made in consideration to council members who the developer was speaking with, as well as some of the residents.
Thank you. I just a point of clarification for myself. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council regarding a postponement?
I have another question.
Okay.
Councilmember Hall, is it, am I understanding from your, I'm really trying to give deference here because it's, your ward and your constituents. So I'm trying to understand if you feel like your constituents haven't had ample opportunity with the latest changes to interface with the applicant and get their questions answered, or I just want to.
I think part of that is on the process side. We have a new website, and although the agenda was posted on Friday afternoon, the path to it was not obvious, I think, and we had our brand new website, and with repeated attempts to try to access the documents on the website, that link was disconnected somehow, so it wasn't operational over the weekend. And so, yes, to answer your question, I think there were neighbors that were anxiously waiting to see all of the documents that we did have access to on Friday. But just again, because of process and technical difficulties, it wasn't a very clear-cut path to find where the actual items were. So I had quite a few questions about that over the weekend. And I think the other thing I would say about that is, the applicant had met some of the neighbors well over a year ago, but that communication had not been kept up. And so I do believe that the neighborhood has not had the opportunity to interact with the applicant. And yes, I have really appreciated working with the applicant and Mr. Rieger on trying to address some of the technical language that was of concern to me and Councilmember Holman. So we have been diligent in trying to work some of those things out. But I do believe that part of the missing piece here, rather than, well, I guess I would say in contrast to the issues that I have with all the information that council has not really had a chance to study and, try to understand. I think on the neighborhood piece, that really has been the missing piece. Mr. Lambert has reached out to many different constituencies in our community, but the one group that he's not had has not had a neighborhood meeting with is this particular neighborhood group around Park Drive in the Park and Elm and the neighborhood in the 350-degree area and the surrounding neighbors. So there's a lot of interest in this project. There's been a lot of problems all the way through of getting access to information in a timely manner. There have been a lot of changes that have been made at the last minute. So I think it's been quite a barrier to the residents to get up-to-date information. And so I feel like this is an excellent opportunity for Mr. Lambert to be able to arrange a neighborhood meeting and incorporate all of these latest revisions into a presentation that they can see and ask questions, and they can directly address some of the concerns. And I think they will discover that some of those concerns have been met, but they really don't know that at this time.
Mayor, if I may,
question.
My follow-up, I guess, would be for Catherine. Would it be possible, because I mean, I really want to get more comfortable with this too, as far as from the neighbor standpoint. So process-wise, would it be possible for, I know that we have like a mediation in, when there's neighbor disputes, that where the city's able to help facilitate discussion. Would it be possible to kind of set up something along those lines? If there's been a communication breakdown that's taken place, that maybe they can really sit down and figure out how to create this workable avenue?
Sure, our mediation program is not typically used for that type of thing, but we're happy to help facilitate as long as the applicant's willing to participate. We're happy to facilitate whatever we can.
Well, again, I would defer to Councilmember Hall on how she'd want to try to get that together, but it was just a thought.
Are there any other comment? Go ahead.
Councilmember Holman has a question. Oh, just a minute, Stephen.
Okay, yeah. So along those lines, in our packet, all the information is from early May 14th, May 13th. The protest map is from May 13th. And I know we've had additional letters that have been sent to us by Stacy and by you, by Brenda and others, but as far as the actual item on the in our packet, it's all kind of older information, except for the updated PUD on the 19th.
Stephen, can you start your video feed? I'm sending you. Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you.
So in your packet, I believe we included both a clean copy of the PUD as it's been updated, but also one that tracks changes so that you can see what's changed from the prior version.
Okay. And then with the supports and protest map and all that being from May 14th, do we anticipate being able to update all that stuff?
We don't typically, if an item is postponed, we don't typically update the protest map, I don't think. But if we had additional protests or additional letters of support, or people withdraw their letters of support that they'd previously filed, we could update it.
Mainly since we have, I mean, a lot has changed on this project since May. I mean, in just the last 2 weeks, really. So, yeah, if we were to postpone, I'd definitely like to see some updated information as far as all that goes. Maybe more people are in support, maybe some more people aren't, I don't know. And then it's the only one I had right now. I'll yield.
Councilmember Holman, we do update those maps if we've received additional protest or support letters that were not included with Planning Commission. However, I will say I received an abundant amount of emails today and support letters and some protest letters, and there's no way that could have been calculated. I'm still getting them as we sit here that, I'm happy to read into the record, but yes, we can go through that if it is postponed and see if these are any new letters of support or protest.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from council regarding this item?
Looks like Councilmember Hall.
Okay, Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I do have a question for Ms. Walker. There has been some interest in the lease agreement, which I understand is a public document now. I don't believe it was included in the packet, was it?
No, we didn't include it in the packet, but I do have the document, and it's a public record.
So if any resident wanted to see that, how would they be able to get access to that?
They can ask me, or they could ask Brenda. We'd be happy to provide it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments before we move to public comment on the postponement?
I'm not seeing any, Mayor.
All right, this is an opportunity for members of the public. Actually, wait a minute, I want to say something real quick. I have concerns that if there is a lack of information, shouldn't we have the presentation? I mean, I feel like that would provide information before making a postponement. And there's a lot of residents watching as well. So it would seem like we're all here. It would seem like an opportune moment to have more information and knowledge and then postpone afterwards. If we still didn't feel it was enough right now, I think we're presuming that we don't have the information we need, which might be the case, but there's presentations ready to be shown to us, and it would seem quite practical for us to see them. So that is my thought on that. All right, now
Madam
it is
Mayor,
an opportunity.
this is the applicant, Sean Rieger. If I could address the council as the applicant. In response
Yes,
to the
we
motion.
will. Okay, I mean, we'll count it as a public comment, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that this request comes to us, and I appreciate the mayor's comments as to allowing us to proceed with the presentation at the very least. We have a crowd there at City Hall ready to support this, excited to support this. You heard Brenda. I understand from Brenda today, there was over 50 emails in support and 2 or 3 opposed. With all due respect to Councilmember Hall, who has worked greatly with us for a long time in this project, for over a year. Never have had a project in zoning go that long to a hearing as we are tonight. The only changes that, and I'm looking at the PUD that was submitted, is basically at the request of Councilmembers Hall and Holman through working with them for hours over the last 2 weeks. We met with Councilmember Hall and Holman for over 3 hours 2 weeks ago. We met with them for 2 hours last Thursday night, in the afternoon. And this is the first request we've had today from Councilmember Hall to postpone. To suggest that we haven't met with neighbors, I think is completely inaccurate. Paul Harris, who is the immediate neighbor to this project, has a running dialogue with Scott Lambert. One of the other protesters off to the southwest of the property didn't provide a phone number or email in their letter. Scott Lambert went to their door, I think 3 different times to try to reach them and talk to them, finally connected with them and worked through basically a stormwater issue, which I'm fully prepared to show you tonight. So we are fully prepared to show you everything tonight. I think I can show you very easily that there hasn't been that many changes. It's basically been 2 changes. And basically they are the fencing around the perimeter, which I'm fully able to show you in detail tonight. And secondly, self-imposed restrictions on an outdoor patio, which we provided at the request of Councilmembers Hall and Holman, and who Councilmember Hall praised us on recently in an email and didn't have anything further in it she wanted. So we are thankful, please understand, for Councilmember Hall and Holman to give us all the time that they have, but I don't think there's significant changes that is being portrayed to you tonight. And we can show you all of that. And then if at the end that you think there's more time that you need, I will say I don't think we can support postponement, but at least then you're informed as to whether it's genuinely needed or not. More importantly, too, I will tell you that this is an applicant, like so many applicants, that come to you with a large, complicated project that has lending issues to it, that has a neighboring property under timing provisions that must close this week. If it doesn't, we lose that. That has a lot of timing issues as to multifaceted issues in this project. So to postpone him without his request and summarily without even a presentation, I believe would be terribly unjust. So we urge you to allow us to present tonight. I can show you everything that has changed. It's not much. And you will hear significant support from people there on site right now, ready and excited to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments regarding the motion to postpone?
Okay, just a moment, Mayor. I'll make an announcement while I'm looking through these emails. For those of you that wish to make a public comment about the postponement, if you will go into the study session room, there is a laptop set up, sit down in front of it, and you'll be able to see council and they will be able to hear you. If there are others that want to speak, I encourage you to please kind of line up in the hallway there, a little bit distanced, so that we can move through those quickly. And then once you speak, you can come back out and the next person can go in. There's hand sanitizer and so forth in there for you to use as well. Okay, I'm not seeing an email on the postponement, just some of the others, Mayor, that I will hold for now.
Brenda,
Anything?
I'm sorry, what screen are we supposed to look at that's going to correspond with the study session room?
Well, because there are several people in here, they may be on page 2. You may not be able to see them, but they'll state their name for the record. And
Councilmember, the window will be labeled public participant.
Okay, thank you.
it was on the front screen earlier. I saw it.
I can see it.
Thank you.
Be sure and state your name and address for the record, please.
Are you ready for me?
Go ahead, sir.
My name's Gregory Mahaffey. I reside at 1804 Cedar Hill Road. I have been a resident of Norman for about 48 years. My 3 children have gone through the schools here and through OU, and my grandchildren are currently in schools here. I'm a lawyer by profession, engineer in an earlier life, but lawyer now. Although my primary practice in downtown Oklahoma City, I have a lot of connections with Norman. I own business here, co-owner of Park on Main, and be involved in the community. I am one of the trustees of the First Presbyterian Church, And I had the pleasure of being the trustee in charge of negotiating with Mr. Lambert and the hotel for the parking lot lease. I'm certainly able to answer any questions you have about that. I found Mr. Lambert to be very transparent, very honest, very straightforward, and he's certainly passionate about this project. On behalf of the trustees of the church and me individually, we support the project. Believe that it would be a great benefit to Norman, to the campus area. I'm a little jealous that most of the other schools in the Big 12 have nearby boutique hotels to their campus. We do not. I understand that the university supporting it would be a great boon to athletics. I hear a lot of times when I recruit.
Sir, just to keep you on the target, we're talking about the motion to postpone right now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you wanted to hear comments about the project itself. Having talked with hundreds of people myself about this, I think there's a lot of people that are informed about it. I think it should not be postponed. There's a lot of people here that would like to speak, and that would be I certainly put a lot of them in convenience. I know investors and other people that are here. So I would ask that the city council go forward. Anyway, I think it's appropriate to go forward. I think there's been plenty of notice about this and a lot of discussion in the community for many months.
Thank you, sir.
I'll relinquish the floor. Thank you.
Well, the next person is getting ready. We have Melanie Norris, 404 West Dawes. Thank you, Lee Hall. This needs to be looked at further as it does not fit the original intent of what the committee came up with for the area. They are asking for too many exceptions.
Thank you.
The second is from Michael Graff, Ward 6. It feels like this is a change, and regardless of when the request to postpone comes in, it's a valid concern. Also, 140 people is not a lot here.
Thank you.
Okay. More than two. Okay, do we have somebody else ready at the?
Yes.
So I think I know this person.
Hello. Lynn Miller, 801 48th Avenue Southeast, Ward 5. Councilmember Wilson. I'm here as a supporter tonight, and what I'd like to do right now is encourage you to at least listen to the applicant. It's hard for me as a person that works at the thrift store all the time. I listen to the neighbors all the time. It's really hard for me to fathom that they don't know more about this than most of the people sitting up on the dais on at a regular meeting. So I would really, I don't know what you'll decide at the end, but I really would encourage you to listen to the applicant. I think a lot of the questions will be answered. And the chamber's full of people that are supporting it and would like to see it at least presented. So I encourage you to listen to the applicant before you make your final decision.
Thank you.
Good evening, John Woods, 5608 Windstone Drive, Ward 8. I would discourage postponement. The anticipation of this community with the posted agenda is that we would have discussion and a vote this evening. And I would appreciate if you would honor that. But at the very least, would ask that you allow the applicant to present their project to all tonight. I will tell you as well as an individual that's been involved with this from the University of Oklahoma, we have been updated on the changes of the project that have taken place. And I think you will find in the presentation that those changes are minimal, and those changes are at the request and behest of the neighborhood and to the benefit of the neighborhood, not to the detriment. And you will see that if you allow the presentation to move forward tonight. I encourage you at the minimum to listen to that presentation before postponement, but would encourage you to not vote to postpone and would be glad to make further comments if this moves forward tonight in support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next
Do we know-
person set up? No, okay. There are no others wanting to speak to the postponement, Mayor. Okay, go ahead and go into the study session room. I understand. That's okay. There were some people standing in the lobby and they thought they were in line, so I did too.
Do I just go in front of the screen and that's it?
Yes, just have a seat there.
Should I take my mask off or can I talk this way?
It may be easier for them to understand you.
Probably. Excuse me, it's a new mask and it's very tight. This has been the problem. Mitch Barrow, 421 Park Drive. I'm, I guess, the only one speaking for the neighborhoods. I wasn't expecting to speak on a postponement at all. I'm not sure what I should talk towards. I had prepared statements about the project that we still felt as neighbors we wanted changed or at least talk about. I've been at Park Drive about 27 years. I live 5 doors, 6 doors north of the site. And, I feel I like the project, but I feel that we still haven't figured out some major issues, that including the height of the building, which is over what's allowed by the form-based code. It's 46 feet. They're proposing 54 feet. And they can design it in 3 stories and get their 100 rooms, because I've already done a design for that schematically and conceptually. They haven't dealt with all the uses. The project is really only allows housing or a hotel on that site, and they have many special uses that have not been remediated in my mind. And then we just got this lease today officially approved. I think there was a copy floating around Friday. I'm still not clear what it really says because I haven't had a chance to read it. It's very important because most of the parking for the project is on the church's property, what they call track 3, which is behind the thrift store. And when you look down Park Drive, you look at that parking lot. I mean, the thrift store is there, and I heard it's staying now. It wasn't staying at the last meeting, and now it's remaining. So there's a lot of things that have just changed that are major. The applicant may not think they're major, but they're major to us that live on Park and Elm Street and that surround that parking lot. So yes, I think it would be very helpful for us to get together with the neighborhood, not just a few people and the owner, and try to hash out some of these problems that need to be addressed, primarily the height, the mitigation of the special uses, which is going to be extra hours at the parking lot, and for me to read the lease and understand what's going on with this lease. So yeah, I'm for the postponement. It's not the time to talk about all the outstanding issues that I feel. Will that help to help you understand trying to go for the postponement, or should I wait for later on and talk about it if we are going to hear the applicant? It's about 3 minutes long, my talk, when I get to it. Like I said, I wasn't prepared to do a postponement talk. This is off the cuff.
I feel like I understand your concern and wanting to postpone. Council members, would you like to hear?
I think it would be appropriate. I think it would be appropriate if the postponement fails to allow him to come back and speak after the presentation.
Oh,
Thank you.
definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other public comment regarding the motion to postpone? Yes, okay.
Judith Wilkins, 1100 West Sims. I'm concerned about the parking agreement with the church as to what would be the church's responsibility and what would be the owner's responsibility if there are questions as to the runoff, the stormwater situation, which I applaud. You know me, I love anything that's going to be a good stormwater project. I'm concerned about the propriety of who's going to be responsible for what. And I think that needs to be fettered out more through Catherine and the council members. And I'd like to see what's going to be said about who's responsible for what there. Thank you.
So are you opposed to the postponement so you can
I am
see the
for
presentation?
I am for the postponement because I want
Okay.
to better understand the contract with the church.
Thank you.
The lease agreement. Thanks.
And Mayor, we have one other public comment coming in through email. Alexandra Penner lives on Classen Boulevard and states the applicant should be allowed to present, then postpone only if the presentation does not provide sufficient clarification about the lingering questions.
Thank you.
And it looks like we have some more people in the next room. Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to encourage not postponing. This project has been in the works for well over half a year. I became aware of it late last year. The applicant has worked diligently to meet with so many different groups and also accommodate the requests, the changes of the neighborhood, and many of you who he's met with and have made requests of him, and he's worked diligently to meet those and accommodate your needs. And so I encourage you to hear this tonight, particularly in light of the economic crisis that we're in the middle of this pandemic. There is not a better time than now today to have $23 million of private investment in our community, constructions, and permanent jobs. So I would strongly encourage you to hear this presentation and ultimately adopt it later this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hey guys, it's good to be back with you. Lakes, I figured you guys don't ever do this early, so I'm sorry. Who made the motion to postpone? Was it the applicant or was it council?
Council.
Council.
Okay. As you know, I spent 7 years on council, and during that time, we were always kind of told that the applicant is in control of the process. And during that time, I don't ever remember a time where council postponed something against the applicant's will. So I'm not in favor of postponement. I think the applicant, and there's about 23 people that I counted in the chambers, basically every chair that is available that is not petitioned off with the yellow is here to talk. So to get this many people to get together in the middle of a COVID pandemic, I think they need to be heard. I think the applicant needs to be heard. And if you have some more questions at that point in time, further study, then a postponement will be appropriate. But to postpone it before the presentation, I think is really against our normal decorum and our process, and kind of defeats the whole point of having public meetings and discourse. So I would encourage you to hear the applicant out and to go ahead and go through this process and not postpone at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
As the next person is getting set, we had an email from Mary, or a comment from Mary Francis, 850 Cardinal Creek. If the constituents of Ward 4 have not been able to access broken links or see the new changes, council should postpone. And our next speaker, go ahead, Mr. Shem.
Good evening, council and mayor. Thank you for letting me speak here this evening. Dan Shem, 3213 Valley Brook, also executive director of Visit Norman. This project is something that has been in the works for over a year now, as you've heard, and I would encourage you to at least hear the proposal, see the presentation before we make any move to postpone. You've heard the number of people that are here waiting to see this, so I would encourage at least to see the presentation before we make a motion or vote to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple more. This is from Bill Hickman. On behalf of my clients that are neighbors in the area of the project, we request you support the postponement. The applicant has not met with my clients or me since the Planning Commission meeting in May. The changes are significant and only received Friday afternoon. The neighbors are at a disadvantage of this time, having just received this information, which also supports the postponement. As legal counsel for neighbors, I was prohibited from participating via Zoom, although the applicant's legal counsel is allowed to participate. Council can postpone without applicant's consent, as you are the elected officials. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Are there, okay, there's no others. Wait a minute, here's another email. Lynn Smith, Ward 4. Please give the presentation we need to hear. I am sure all questions will be answered. Kamala Jolly Stewart, Ward 4. Because I have concerns about this project, I would like to hear the presentation before a postponement decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you both. Any other public comment regarding the motion to postpone?
I see no other public. It looks like you do have a council question when you get to that.
All right, if there are no further public comments, are there any final comments from council regarding the postponement?
Councilmember Patron.
I just, regardless of how this turns out, that rubbed me wrong on council for the neighbors not being able to participate in their own meeting. What is that about?
Councilmember Patron, we had the Zoom meetings, we are locking down a little tighter because of the recent hacks we've had. City of Oklahoma City has also had hacks. So those that receive the credentials are staff, the applicants and their presenters. And then any public comment, we've made provisions for it to be handled in various ways, either coming down here and sitting in front of the computer or sending the emails or phone calls during the meeting. All the public participants, the attorney for the neighbors, they are speaking under public comments just like everyone else, and to treat one differently than the others didn't seem appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we treat the neighbors differently when it comes to protests. Like they get their notice of protest, they're treated differently than the rest of their community. I don't know. I'm just, if regardless of how the postponement turns out, I guess if this continues to go on tonight, I would appreciate being able to hear what the council for the neighbors, so that people that live there, what they have to say as well, I think is also important.
I do have a long written statement from their legal counsel to read into the record if we get to that stage. You have two more council comments, one from Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you, Brenda. What's your name? I have looked at this a bunch of times, and from what I know, appreciate this project and want it to go forward, but I think it's appropriate to err on the side of caution when we're making significant changes in our core area to a newish and problematic center city form-based code. By problematic, I mean we've had some cracks in the bucket, so to speak. So I can see that 2 weeks shouldn't be that big of a deal in a project that's gone on for a year to get it right. And if that's what it will take to help the neighbors be more comfortable and to actually get it right, I'm for postponing. And although I kind of am okay with hearing the presentation as well, since there are citizens at City Hall wanting to hear that. So I feel like we're pretty a council that has, you know, like superpowers in the listen department. So after 12 hours last week, I'm okay with giving it an hour this week or whatever it takes to hear that. But I will be supporting the postponement at the request of Councilmember Hall in an effort to get this right. I mean, unless something significant happens in that presentation, if that goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Bierman.
So I too, I'm going to pull my notes up. So I too support the postponement. I've been following this kind of through several council members, but also through several people who reached out to me individually before I had even heard about this project. They came at me with significant concerns. And, you know, I understand that the applicant might feel that some of these changes are minor, but that is a determination in the eye of the beholder. If the neighbors feel like they are substantive enough that a weekend is not enough time on Father's Day weekend, no less, to review all of these changes and decide how they feel about it, I think that needs to be taken into account. I don't think anyone has a guarantee of any particular outcome at a meeting, so timing should not be a concern for this council. That is a concern for the applicant, not for this council. We need to take the deliberations as we see fit. And so, you know, to me, that's not a factor in my decision making. And I would say that we have in the past postponed actions on large projects. We postponed sending the UNP TIF, the UNP arena to the statutory review committee because we felt like we didn't have enough time to properly vet it. That was not at the request of the applicant. That came at the very end. That happened before we sent it to statutory review. So I will support this postponement. I hope that if the postponement passes, the applicant takes the opportunity to meet with the neighbors if they have not met with them since the Planning Commission when changes have been made. I think that that's more than appropriate. And so we'll see where it goes from here.
Okay, we have Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hall.
Well, I would like to strongly object to that due diligence has taken place with the neighborhood. Mr. Reed himself mentioned one name, Paul Harris, who is the property owner on the adjacent property line of one of the parcels in consideration. I suspect that he has probably talked to one or two other people, but I also want to clear the record that it was a little misleading in the way it was worded from Mr. Hickman. The applicant has not met with the neighborhood, period. Not since the Planning Commission. Like I said, there was some early engagement, but it has been months and months since there's been any significant conversation with the neighborhood. And in all due respect to Mr. Martin, who mentioned that the applicant has met with so many different groups, that's absolutely true. But the one group that he has not met with yet is, in my opinion, the most important group, and that's the neighborhood that's going to be the most strongly affected by this project. And the irony here is there is support for the idea of a hotel. It's all of the other things that have gone along with it. And I would also, again, like to reiterate that access to the process has been compromised from the very beginning. At the pre-development meeting that was held in April, and that was during the mayor's emergency proclamation. You know, it was my understanding that we went ahead with the Planning Commission meeting because it's calendar driven. Yet every other meeting for the city of Norman was canceled in April, including our subcommittee meetings. We did not meet as a council in our subcommittee meetings for the entire month of April. And there were problems at that point in time of having access. I think it's important to point out to everybody that this is a very diverse neighborhood, and it also has a lot of elderly people that are in the high risk category. And the only way that they could participate was to come down to City Hall because they did not have the technical access or the technical ability to participate in any other way. And so they were put in harm's way to come and participate. Some were too fearful to do that. I think the participation of the neighborhood has been suppressed at the Planning Commission. You know, the same thing goes on tonight. I truly appreciate all of the people that are coming out in support, but this is part of the problem. The process is part of the problem. They have not had access to documents. They have not been posted in a timely manner. We've had, you know, as Councilmember Bierman mentioned, these may seem like minor things, but honestly, there has been no attempt, even at my request, to meet with the neighbors and have the opportunity to actually talk to them face to face about all of the things that the applicant has considered and been willing to do. And I think at the very minimum, they deserve that. They deserve that opportunity. I don't understand why it hasn't happened up until now. And I think it's really important that they get that opportunity. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Madam Mayor, as the applicant, could I address that?
Well, we're in final comment right now, unfortunately. I will add that if we need to postpone, we need to postpone, but we have an opportunity to share information right now. So I will not be supporting this particular motion to postpone. Not saying that I won't support another one later, but if the concern is sharing information, here's an opportunity, and I would like for council to hear it. We all have busy schedules, as well as all of the residents that we know are paying attention to this meeting right now. So that is why, again, I will not be supporting this specific motion to postpone. We heard 4 hours of public comment. At the very least, we can hear an applicant before we postpone it. So I see Councilmember Scott, your hand is up.
Yeah, hi. I would echo both what Mayor Clark and what Councilmember Wilson said about just hearing the applicant, since people are there, voting after we've heard the presentation and again, public comment. And then if we move to postpone because there's still further questions or things that need to be taken into consideration, I'm happy to look at postponing after that. So I was looking through my emails, the only Ward 8 concern I really heard through email about this project was lowering the height to 46 feet. So maybe that's something that we can talk about, but I know that doesn't pertain to the postponement. So if that's something that we could look at or talk about after a presentation, that's part of the reason I'd like to hear the presentation. So that's kind of where I stand on postponement. If we hear the presentation, then afterward we decide we need to postpone, then I'm there for it. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other final comments from council regarding the motion to postpone?
We have a couple, Mayor, Councilmember Bierman and Councilmember Holman. Councilmember Bierman.
So I think it's important to point out that we do have people who want to have access to this information in this presentation tonight who do not have access because they aren't technologically capable of doing this at home and they do not feel safe, understandably, coming to City Hall. So there are people who do care about this project who are not able to access the information being shared tonight. And on top of that, they feel so strongly about being left out of this process that they hired legal counsel. And on an application like this, I don't know that I can think of a single time in the 3 years that I've been on council that neighbors have felt so strongly about being left out of the process that they felt the need to hire legal counsel in order for their voices to be heard. So while I do want to see the presentation too, I want to postpone this now so that when we do have this presentation, that hopefully by then we will have figured out a way to either provide additional access to the residents, individual access. I mean, they can sit and listen if we, if we give them the access, or until it's safer to do so. But I mean, it's in a pretty extraordinary circumstance for residents to have hired legal counsel. This is not a common way to respond to an application like this, and I think that needs to be taken into consideration as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember.
All right. Let's see. Okay. So as several of my colleagues have mentioned, there are some questions or concerns even about process on this project due to extenuating circumstances like COVID-19 and meeting schedules and limited ability to meet with neighbors and things like that. The changes that have been made may, in my opinion, may not be individually very large changes, but there are several small changes and clarifications that we worked on that altogether are a big deal and could really, in my opinion, garner some support from people that may not be for this right now. So I think what we've worked on is a big deal. I think what I'm seeing, because I am watching the YouTube feed and the comments on here, and just based on my tally of speakers, I mean, it seems overwhelmingly that residents do want to hear the presentation. So I am okay with that, but I think there is a lot of things to clarify, and I do have concern about access and the process, just given all these circumstances that are beyond a lot of folks' control here tonight. I understand, but that is the situation we are in. So that's kind of where I stand at the moment. So just for clarity though, Brenda, if you will, this postponement, would it be for postponing now the presentation, or would we need to vote against this postponement and then another one be, at the end? How would that need to work?
Well, since it sounds like you're not unanimous, him making a presentation, a presentation could be allowed before you vote on this postponement. If the mayor so chooses, and to do so, unless she has, enough protest not to move forward with that. And then you guys could vote on the postponement and then see where you lie. But it typically is up to the chair to allow a presentation or not, based on comments she's heard.
Okay. Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate that.
I think Councilmember Wilson has another comment.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Wilson.
I'll wait till after the presentation if that's what happens. So I defer my time.
Okay, well, I've heard more comments in support of seeing a presentation before we decide what to do. I'm for that. So I would like to see the presentation. That's what I'm gathering from the comments that we heard and from many council members that did speak. That again allows us, everyone who said if we still need to postpone, we can still postpone. So in the interest of providing information to people who are watching, I would like to take advantage of that opportunity and see the presentation that I think we've all been waiting for.
Okay, Mr. Rieger, that would be you, I suppose. We do also have the developer that's sitting in the study session room as a public participant, and I don't know who wants to go first. Sean, I'll leave that up to you all. Just go ahead and identify yourself, sir, before you speak, please.
All right, thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. This is Sean Rieger representing the applicant in this case. I do want to first introduce Scott Lambert. I don't think I need to introduce him. I think you've all heard from him, but Scott, I yield the floor to you for a couple minutes to introduce yourself and say your piece.
Thank you, Sean. Madam Mayor, thank you very much for your time this evening. Council members, thank you for your time also. To go back to what we just went through, I just want to let you know that's a little bit of a precedent that you're setting on in the future. If you decide that you at the last second go. So it's something you might want to revisit in the future, because it's for developers to get a developer, but for professional developers to get people together. I mean, it's not really easy with consultants and everything. So I just want you to talk about this is, it's a great process. You guys have a wonderful process. And I just, the city staff, I want to say something about the city staff really fast. They are unbelievable. I will not give enough public comment about them. They've done a great job. Lee Hall has worked with me. Lee Hall and I met April 17th of last year, and we worked together hand in hand for over a year. And, it's been a wonderful experience. I mean, and Councilman Holman has helped us work with us over the last couple about month or so to work through issues. Just it's this project, the Noun project, is one of those projects that is just great for the community, great for OU, great for building. Mayor, what did you say? What the motto? I can't remember because I'm a little nervous right now. Building an inclusive community. Building an inclusive community is what the mayor said a few weeks ago. And I thought that was really a great motto, because not only relationships, but also buildings too. And what Noun is, it's about a gathering place. It's walkable. We're going to be a pillar of the community. And we're just so excited to present this this package to you, this project to you. I hope that when we get to the end of the night, you will vote for it, because it is a fantastic hotel for the city of Norman and downtown. Sean, I'm going to hand it over to you from this point forward. Thank you, everyone, for your consideration.
All righty, thank you very much. And Madam Mayor, with your permission, I'll share the screen with the PowerPoint.
Yes, please.
Okay, and hopefully everybody can see that. I want to make sure everybody can see that. Do we have everybody seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes.
All right, I see thumbs up, Councilmember Wilson and others. So, okay, very good. Thank you very much for allowing us to present this. I appreciate that very much. And I will try to address all those comments and concerns that I can in this presentation. We have a slide for everything we've heard in the last year. And I think it was about a year ago that Mr. Scott Lambert came to see me and others and hundreds of others since then. I think he's been incredibly transparent. I do want to address a couple of comments that were just made. Councilmember Hall said she requested us to meet with neighbors. We met with Councilmembers Hall and Holman the last 2 weeks for over 5 hours collectively. And I do not recall, and Councilmember Holman, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not recall a request in those meetings to go meet with other neighbors. We were meeting with the ward council member and working really well. Wonderful progress through those 2 working meetings in my conference room, face-to-face, social distancing followed to meet through and all of these issues. And I want to show you the culmination of that tonight, because it's really pretty incredible what we have accomplished. So that's an image of it, the Noun Hotel. That is an incredible project. I'll take you through every facet of it tonight. I'll discuss every issue that we faced tonight. And I hope at the end of this, you will see that we have covered every angle of it. I first want to tell you, we have a large team. This is a large project. No question. We're talking over $20 million for this private investment in Norman, Oklahoma. That is not asking for any public money, but it is a large project. It's a project that takes a large team to put together, and we have that. The lead architect is Kara Shimkus Hall. She is on the call with us tonight, and we certainly hope that if you have questions, she is happy to answer them. I will note just real quick, I'm an architect, and that designation you see right there, FAIA, is not easy to come by. That is a fellow in the American Institutes of Architects. Kara Shimkus Hall is that level of an architect, and she has tremendous hospitality architecture experience. That's who Scott went to get to bring this project to Norman, Oklahoma. Reed Burton, John Graham, architects as well. You see the whole team there. I won't spend your time going through them, but it is a large project. All of these team members contributed, and they're all on the call with us tonight to answer your questions. So let's get into it. This is the location. You see it right there in the middle of the screen. It is right next to Campus Corner. It is just south, and it is just north of the University of Oklahoma. It is by the Crow's Flies, about half a mile south of downtown and about 0.4 miles north of the stadium. Tremendous location, very proud of. Zooming in a little closer, you can see it right there. Campus Corner area right there. University Avenue going up and down right there. Boyd right here, the North Oval right here. McFarland Church right here, and here is the site, which is formerly a couple stories of a dilapidated apartment complex. Mr. Lanimer owns this project now. He is under contract to buy the house just to the north. That's very relevant to tonight because that contract is supposed to close this week. And if it doesn't, I don't know what happens. So postponement significantly alters that project. So here's the site plan in context. Here's the site plan that shows you the light blue is the vertical building. This is the structure that has the height to it. The dark gray right there is a 16-foot tall part of the structure of the building. And that's it for vertical building structures. The rest is site work of parking, an outdoor patio, front tremendous pedestrian plaza out front. And most importantly, in this slide, you will see a pedestrian path. It was very important in working with the neighbors directly, repeatedly, that they maintained a pedestrian connection between the neighborhood and Campus Corner. And this developer has worked strenuously to make sure they maintained that in a good and plausible condition. And that you will see in the site plan has been met. Toblerman Drive back here, Park Drive up here. This is an older fourplex or actually multiplex right there. This is a fourplex up here. These are single family homes right here. We had one protest from this neighbor right here. We had one protest from this neighbor right here. The three in the middle, there was no protest received, nor to the south of them. This is a single family home right here next to it on the north. And we spent extensive time with this gentleman, really a complete back and forth through texting with Scott Lambert and tremendous accommodations given to this neighbor that I'm going to show you tonight. And then another area of single family to the north of it. South University Boulevard right here, we've kept the building as close to South University Boulevard as we could. Very intentionally, you see the large part of the building is right next to South University Avenue. And we've kept the back of the building where we could build much bigger alone, left it alone entirely. Gave the neighborhood that accommodation of no building in the back. Campus Corner right over here, you see the Valera right there. You see First Presbyterian Church right here. They're immensely in support. They've worked incredibly well with us on the parking lease. You heard from Mr. Mahaffey, who I would just note is a renowned oil and gas law attorney here in Oklahoma, probably the premier firm. And he has been a stalwart for the church and working through these issues with us. Pete Wilson, Valera, in support tonight. He sent an email to you earlier today. We have overwhelming support from Campus Corner for this project. So I'll show you the site plan. This is the actual site plan that is in front of you tonight. It is a 92-room hotel. This again is the bulk of the structure. You see that red outline right there is the large height, smaller height over here. And again, nothing back here. And I think if you look very closely at this, you will see the accommodation given to the neighborhood. You see the house to the north right here. That's Mr. Harris's house. You can see the building was brought all the way close to University so that the back of the building lines up with the back of Mr. Harris's house. So if you're standing on Park Drive looking south, you don't see this building. All the way closer to University Avenue as tightly as we can, to the point of having the building span over the entry drives, over the exit drive. And careful work with the Norman Fire Department to make sure that we can get a boom fire truck under that building through those spans. But we worked to that extent, at great expense and effort, to make sure that this building is as close to University Avenue as we could get it with the bulk of the mass. In the back, you see the parking lot is all back here. We have off-site parking, which I'll show you in just a moment, is fully allowed and contemplated by the Center City Code. It's a 75,000 square foot building, ground floor lobby with guest rooms above. It has a 3,000 square foot restaurant and bar that is kept all the way against University Avenue, all on this edge. 3,000 square foot meeting room, boardroom, fitness, typical of a boutique high-end hotel. We've all been at hotels and we all know that a more high-end hotel typically has a restaurant, a bar, fitness. All of these things are very integral to a hotel that you would want of this caliber. And so what does CCSBC allow? Well, it allows overnight lodging and related support services. Those are the words in the code as to this site. Well, what is this? It's overnight lodging. It's a hotel and related support services. The only difference would be, and I think it's arguable that it really is a difference, is the restaurant and bar at the front of the building. I would argue that actually a hotel overnight lodging actually would have a restaurant and a bar, oftentimes within it. Nonetheless, we asked for that in the PUD because we wanted to be clear that that was anticipated. There was no mystery about that. So we asked for that in this project. So we're proud of this site plan. I'll show you the traffic flow in it in just a moment and a little bit more about it in just a moment. This is the thrift store that was mentioned earlier tonight. The thrift store is owned by the church. It's right there. It is contemplated long-term that this thrift store moves over to this location, just north of the building. But we made sure the project works now with the thrift store where it's at right now. The church is happy with that. You will hear from them tonight if you allow them to speak, and I hope you will. And we're happy if the project moves the thrift store over here. Either way, this project works, and we very intentionally, through a lot of work, made sure that that was correct. So the project works either way with the thrift store right there or with the thrift store over there. So what does the ground floor look like? The ground floor is over here on the left. You see it. This is a floor plan of the ground floor. Again, University Avenue right across the front, right there. The restaurant is kept all the way against University Avenue. Restaurant and bar all the way against this edge, as far away from the neighborhood as we could bring it, and right along University Avenue. There's a grand lobby space right here. And this is the main entry drive right here that has drop off for the lobby and additional temporary parking for the lobby space right here, all off street, all on our own site. Then you have meeting space back here. This is not a large meeting area. This is really actually a relatively small hotel when you think about it, 92 rooms and only 3 floors of guest rooms. But it's enough of a meeting space that we can accommodate conferences. We can work with conferences through the University of Oklahoma, the Downtowners, Campus Corner. It will really work very nicely for us to have a meeting space. Next to that meeting space is breakout space inside the hotel and breakout space outside the hotel in a patio over here. I'm going to show you a lot about that in just a moment. The blue dashed lines are the upper floors over the entry drives right here and here. And then the typical guest floor you see on the right here, nothing really too notable to show you here. This is the typical guest floors that would be on the upper floors over the main lobby space here. So there was changes after pre-development. And this is important to note that when we went to pre-development, which is where you are encouraged and facilitated to meet with the neighbors, and that was done effectively, I think, through the city. We met at pre-development, and at pre-development, we brought a building that was taller. It was taller in that it had 3 guest room floors above, and then it had an architecture, what we call a mezzanine space. The mezzanine was a 2nd floor bar and extension of the bar and restaurant below, and then a even taller lobby space over here. We heard them at pre-development. They said the building was too tall. And so after pre-development, we went back to Planning Commission and we lowered the building. We took out the mezzanine space right here, completely eliminated it. And so instead, what was a 2nd floor bar and restaurant extension of the below became just a 2nd floor bar that no longer was a mezzanine, just a part of the 2nd floor. That enabled us to lower the building and take some space out that was in the mezzanine and take it down to just the lobby and the 3 floors above. So we took it down. We kept a grand lobby, which is very important for this project, to have a grand lobby space for this type of a hotel, and that is still there. But it took the building down in size. I want to take you around the building architecturally. This is 4-sided architecture, and we've heard many times over the years that you want 4-sided architecture. This has it in every way. This is the building looking north towards McFarland. You see it off in the distance. Really an incredible landscaping scheme out front. And a drop-off space. This is the entry drive. As you come in, the lobby is behind this building, this fenestration right there. Here's the overlook bar that looks towards, behind me, towards the North Oval, towards Campus Corner. And then the guest rooms with some patio guest rooms up on the above, and then more guest rooms in the back. I'm going to just kind of move around the building here, and you see looking south now on University Avenue, looking south, this is now all guest rooms that you're looking at above, and you see how the guest rooms were brought to where they span over this drive. And again, it's this house right here that Mr. Lambert is under contract to close on this week, and that way he has taken away any issue of the adjacency here. And again, this becomes a future site for the thrift store for the church if we move it to that location. Really good architecture. You can see brick detailing work right here, 3 guest room floors, and a nice view as it comes down University Avenue. This is the frontage on University Avenue. Again, really not that big of a building when you dimensionally look at this. Has the streetscape out here. We're looking at a public art piece right here. This is an Uber Lyft drop-off location right here. This is all restaurant space right back behind here with some seating outside as well. This is the main entry into the hotel off University Avenue. That's the overlooking bar on the top. Lobby space back in here. And again, this space has been coordinated with the Norman Fire Office to make sure that we can accommodate full-size fire trucks through all of these spaces safely and accommodate all the fire safety needs that we need to do. This is a close-up view of the drop-off space on University Avenue. You see it right there. Uber and Lyft drop off right out the front so that we can handle that safely and easily. This again is restaurant space behind it, public art, some sitting areas, guest rooms above here, and the lookout bar over on the left, looking towards the North Oval, as far away from the neighborhood as you can possibly put it. So now let's look at the back of the building over here. You know, it's always important to look at all sides of the building, and this will show you again four-sided architecture. So we're now looking, McFarland is off here to the left. You see it on the upper left. We're looking from the southwest to the northeast. And so this is the lobby space right in here. You see my pointer. Again, here's coming off of University Avenue through the entry drive, and this is the main entry drive. This is where the bulk of all traffic will be brought in and out of the site. Again, away from the neighborhood and bringing it right out to University Avenue. This is the lobby space down here. This is the meeting space out here. This is a sort of a peaceful breakout patio on the west. We're going to talk in detail about that in just a moment. There's the 16-foot tall building in the back, and there's the 54-foot tall structure right there of mostly guest rooms. There's the bar area looking out to the southeast. Parking here, right there, is for the restaurant and lobby, and then the bulk of the parking in the back. Going further around the building, this is that back patio. So this is an outdoor patio, fully surrounded by a 6-foot tall masonry fence, and really meant to be sort of a passive, as all hotels. You know, most hotels actually have a swimming pool. We don't have a swimming pool. But you need to have a private outdoor space for your guests that they can go to and enjoy their time there if they wish to. That's what this is. And so this is the outdoor space to the west of the facility. So let's talk about height. You heard, I believe, in fact, I think Mr. Baroff went to the microphone just a few minutes ago, and he told you in his desire to postpone, he had 3 issues. He talked about height, he talked about uses, and he talked about the lease with the church. And that's what we've been asked tonight to postpone to address. So let's talk about height. So here's the height of the building. University Avenue, right here. Neighborhood, all back here. And the only height in the buildings, as you see in the light blue and the dark gray right there. 54 foot tall roof. Center City Code says 46 feet should be the tallest on this site. But look where Center City Code says you can build 46 feet too as a matter of right. You can build it all the way out to there. You can build it all the way out to there. 46 feet as a matter of right. This developer has brought that all the way back to here. And I'm going to show you some really remarkable images that show you how that perceives on the ground when you do this. Or architecturally, just think about it yourself as you stand on the ground and look at a 46-foot height in one location, and then beyond it, a 54-foot height that's much farther away. It is a perception that you haven't made a substantial change. So we believe the 54 feet is very much in keeping with the spirit of the Center City Code, and I'll show you more of that why. So how does that relate to heights around the area of Norman? Well, here's some relative heights. There's the Noun Hotel right there. If you go look at these letters, this talks about heights in the nearby vicinity. McFarland Church, of course, quite tall with its steeple tower and its roofs reaching heights of 100 feet. Fred Jones Art Museum, which is right down the street from us, right to the south, they're at 65 feet. The engineering centers, which are on Boyd right over here, go all the way up to about 85 feet. White Hand Hall, which is right across the street, just a little bit south, goes to 50 feet. The Valera Restaurant, right there, right down White Street from us, goes to 56 feet and even 70 feet at one of its locations. Armstrong Bank, formerly Republic Bank on the University of Maine, goes to 60 feet. And the Central Library that was just built by the city of Norman, by us as a community, goes to 63 feet tall right there, right by residential neighbors to the west. What is our hotel? 54 feet. 54 feet at the roof, asking for a variance of 8 feet from the 46-foot Center City Code. And I want to stop for just a moment and say, if we were asked to postpone to work on the height, as Mr. Baroff suggested, I will tell you, I don't think there's anything there to work on. This hotel cannot go any lower. This is it. So I don't think we would accomplish anything in the height if we postpone tonight to go work on that. But let's look very closely at some imagery that the architects did, a great team of architects that put this together to show us, again, remarkable they can do this now with imagery a day. But this is perspective views of how that height relates to the neighborhood. What you are looking at is the white roof right here is the proposed hotel. And that's shown at 54 feet tall right there. The gray box that you're seeing right here, this slightly shaded gray box, that is the build to volume as a matter of right today as we sit here now. Right now, as a matter of right, you could build this property out to 46 feet to that edge, to 46 feet to that edge, and to 30 feet all the way back to here. This developer, in return for that variance of 8 more feet, has brought the building way back, away from these corners. And the perception of that will be quite impressive as you look on the ground and you look around this building. You can start to see Mr. Harris's house right there to the right. You can see the building mass and volume is much more severe as a matter of right than it is as requested tonight. As we go around the building, you will see that. Again, 46 feet tall there, there, and there as a matter of right. We pull it back to here at 54 feet tall. Going around further, you see it right there. Mr. Harris's house right there is the closest house. Again, you could build a 30-foot structure right next to him, a 46-foot structure right there, and a 46-foot structure right on the corner of his property. We haven't done it. We're proposing 54 feet brought all the way back to here and all the way back to here, far away from his house, with the perception then being that from his house, you won't see any different with the 54 feet than you would have from the 46. In fact, I think you will see less. And here's an image, you're looking back again, look at that imagery, Paul Harris's house right here, campus corner off to the upper left. And you can see again, 54 foot tall right there with the roof, 46 feet volume. Look at the mass of that volume that we have given up. That is a matter of right building right there. In fact, encouraged by Center City Code to build to the building line, as they call it. We are not. We pulled the building, basically caved it way in there, away from this house to make sure we accommodated that. All of this building volume back here is as a matter of right. We've given it all up. That's the accommodation. So how does that look at from the ground? It's always very important. I remember in architecture, we used to build these little periscopes and hold them next to models. We don't have to do that anymore because we can do this. And you can see if we're on University Avenue looking at this building, the light gray box is the build to volume as a matter of right. What you see ghosted behind it is the proposed, all the way up to the 54 feet. But when you pull the proposed in, compact it down into a smaller footprint and a slightly higher height, the visual effect is that you actually don't have as big of a building than you would have if you had built out to the volume as a matter of right. And you'll see that as I walk all the way around the building. This is looking south on University Avenue. You can see that build to volume all the way back here. The building looks smaller and distant from this location. This is looking from the parking. This is the parking to the west of the building. And when you look back at the building standing in the parking lot, because we've given up all of this build to volume right here and right here, even though that ghosted building behind it is 8 feet taller than this 46 feet right here, the visual effect is you have a smaller building than what would have been there as a matter of right. And you go all the way around to just onto Toberman Drive, right next to Paul Harris's house right here, and the other neighbors further behind me, and the same effect. When we give up this buildable volume right there and right there and right there, we actually perceive a building that is smaller in perception from the ground than what could have been built as a matter of right. Variances in zoning are all about compromise. They're all about a give and take. And this one shows you clearly how that's been accomplished here. This meets the spirit of Center City in being sensitive to the neighbors to the west, because we have given up volume as a matter of right to pull the building back in return for that 8 feet. We are not here tonight asking for 8 feet all the way out to the matter of right line, not at all. In return for giving all that up, we've pulled 8 feet back to within the property. So let's look at how this is perceived from the neighbors. Scott Lambert, to great expense, really, and this was something we just thought about. Let's go take a look. What's it look like? What does it look like when you're looking out the windows of the upper floor window of the guest rooms? On the right is the floor plan of the top floor. you see the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the windows of the top floor. We send a drone up to that height, and we can do that technically with the drone. We know exactly where it's at. We sent it up to that height, and we took shots out to see what we would look at. This was in, I believe, early May. And what you see is a forest of trees, a great forest canopy of trees. We love it. We think it's great. But to say there's a perception that this neighborhood is going to be dominated, particularly through things like summer months when people are walking around, is just not factual. You can see the trees are dominant in every way. You look at every picture, there is one view of a house looking at number 4. If you look straight north, I think this is about 3 houses up on Park Drive. Other than that, the only other house you see is this, and I will candidly say dilapidated, I believe it's about a 4-plex down on the corner of Tobin, a multifamily project that has not protested this project. Otherwise, you see a canopy of trees. So we think, and I'll just finish on that point with the views, we think that we have more than exceeded the spirit of Center City in maintaining the visual presence of this building so that we brought it back. Traffic, and I'm going to go through every point that we've heard so that you hear that we have addressed every point in this project. Traffic, we were asked, how are we dealing with the traffic? And there were some emails back and forth with city staff. I want to thank city staff extensively, Mr. Sean O'Leary, Angela Lombardo, who worked with us extensively to make sure we had the traffic right. And we hired traffic engineering consultants to give us a study, make sure we had it right on our end. We worked with staff, make sure we had it right on their end. And what we came up with is this property right now has one entry point right there on the north end. Well, we want to take that away from the neighborhood. We want all the traffic to be coming in and out of the project on this side of the hotel. And so we're moving that main traffic location down to here. That becomes the main entry drive into the project right here. So it's a 2-way entry, the lobby drop off, the lobby temporary parking, all of that activity right here, away from the neighborhood to the northwest, all of it. Now, in addition, so this becomes the main entry drive in and out, all of the activity. In working with the church through the parking lease, Mr. Mahaffey is here to speak about this, as well as Ms. Miller, all of them. We put a gate right here. So any traffic that is coming in here can only use these parking spaces right here, but then they must go right back out. We can't have traffic here going back through the church, and this would be gated. So this little segment is one way only, and it's all routed back here. We also have another gate right there. You can see it drawn right there, a swinging gate. And so this becomes only a service drive and fire exit. And the surface drop is brought all the way forward to right here. So we have service drop away from the neighborhood. Every single attempt in this project by intention and design is to lessen any impact on the neighborhood. And so what we did was gate that off. And you can see right there is the pedestrian walk. We maintained a pedestrian walk right there. We gated this location. So the only traffic going through here is service trucks, nothing else. Of course, service trucks don't come very often. And so that is an incredibly safe passage for the pedestrian flow right there. Finally, this is gated. This is Tobin Drive. This is the thrift store. The thrift store right now will remain. It is open on Thursdays, I understand. And so this gate would be open for the hours of opening for this thrift store. That's it, Thursdays, for I believe about 6 hours. The rest of the time, this gate remains shut. So with gating here, and gating here, we have all of this flow of traffic going only in one location right there, away from the neighborhood, directed to a controlled access point. So let's talk about parking. Parking has been extensively debated here, and at Planning Commission, it was a main focus of concern. And we told them at Planning Commission that we were working on the parking. We were working on it for issues with the church, university, multi-facets to the parking. This I won't spend time on, but the Center City Code, I just want you to be aware, actually says there is no minimum reserve requirement for parking. We have a 94 space minimum for shared parking. And then we actually have maximums. I won't spend time here to delay, but we meet all of this. We meet every one of these. One point on parking, because this is what we're doing tonight. It allows, Center City Codes allows you to meet your parking requirement on site or within 1,000 feet walking distance of your property. Well, that yellow circle is 1,000 feet of the property. We are doing an off-site parking solution. But we're not putting it 1,000 feet away. We're putting it right next door, abutting our property on the church lease. And so what is the church lease? Well, there it is. You see images of it right there. Catherine Walker has the lease. Councilmember Hall has had the lease for quite some time now, I believe a couple of weeks. And Councilmember Holman has as well. So that's the lease. The lease is from the church. Yesterday, the very final step of that was, we were told, was a formality. I believe in Kansas City was passed and approved. So we just done, set, put into place. The lease is a 20 to 25-year lease, 20-year primary term, 5-year option. It basically accommodates 127 reserved spaces, but there are also shared spaces in here. And you can see basically 109 spaces back here with the church, leased from them, long-term lease. 18 spaces right here that are leased from the church as well, intended for the restaurant parking. Of course, any of this could be used for the restaurant as well. And then in the same lease, if that's not enough, we have another 119 spaces that are available on a day rate from the church through communications with the church. So we have 127 reserved spaces that are shared with the thrift store back here. We have 119 additional spaces. We anticipate electric charging stations. And I also want to say that part of this, because whenever we're doing parking lots, it's always a question of lighting. We actually self-imposed in the PUD a requirement that we do photometric plans. Photometric plans are not in the Center City Code. We self-imposed it. And what that means is we have to show you an engineered drawing before we get a building permit that shows you we will have no light spillover, no light beyond the property boundaries. We self-imposed that upon our project. Additional parking. It was made important. It was told to me to make an important point by OU that there is another large parking lot right here, just north of the Boyd House. This is 226 spaces. As of Friday at 5 p.m. every week, this is unrestricted. It becomes public parking. So if 110 spaces here, I'm sorry, that was 109, typo there, 18 spaces here, 119 spaces here. If on the weekend we need more, there's 226 spaces right there. And we were told to make that aware to you as a fact. Most importantly, I think I want you to understand, we always encourage shared parking. This is the perfect location for shared parking. We have a university that needs all of this parking Monday through Friday, a church that doesn't. We have a church that needs this parking and maybe even some more on Sunday, but a university that doesn't. So we have a perfect use to share with these three entities between parking spaces. That is exactly in the spirit of Center City Code. It's exactly what we want. And this project can do that. So parking is done, put to bed. Another issue, perimeter treatment. And this is probably the last issue we spent extensive time with Councilmembers Hall and Holman through the last 2 weeks. Again, 2 working meetings, one of them 3 hours, one of them 2 hours last Thursday. And I want to show you in those working meetings, this is our notes. We came into those last 2 meetings last week and the meeting before, and I handed Councilmembers Hall and Holman a list. I won't hold it too close because you can't probably read it, but you see all my notes? All of those notes are what got put into the PUD in the last week. These were all from those meetings. We walked in the first meeting, said, here's what we have left. We walked into the last meeting last Thursday. Here's where we're at today. At the end of the meeting last Thursday, I held up this list and said, is there anything else we need to know? And we were told, no, this was it. And so with that, we made the provision from these notes into the PUD. I'm going to show you those in just a moment. And we went forward. So this was a key point, the perimeter treatment. Here's the hotel, the large volume of it right there in the red dash. Here's the 19-foot space right here. Here's the outdoor patio, and I'll show you more about that in just a moment. But at Planning Commission and through the last 2 real working meetings with Councilmembers Hall and Holman, they were concerned about the perimeter treatment. It was a big issue. They wanted to make sure that we covered that very carefully. And we walked out of last Thursday meeting with understanding that we had met that in what they perceived. And I'll let them speak for themselves today if we hadn't. But here's the perimeter treatment plan. So we have the house to the north right here. This is University Avenue out here. For the little area of the front yard space of that house, we just want to do a small 4-foot wood stockade fence. Then for this house, which we anticipate owning unless we're postponed tonight, I don't know what would happen there, but then it would be a 6-foot solid wood stockade fence. And you see, I say lapped. The reason I say lapped is because in these working sessions, we got down to the detail that Councilmember Holman had a great idea. He said he was concerned that if you just do a typical wood stockade fence, you have those little narrow slats and you can see through them. We wanted to make sure, he wanted to make sure that you couldn't even see that. So we agreed to lap that fence and those pickets to where they are on top of each other. And so you can't even see through this fence at all, in no way whatsoever. It is solid lapped wood. And then we put that into PUD. I'll show you that. So the yellow lines are solid wood stockade fencing. This dark orange line is a solid 8-foot precast concrete garden wall, solid, 8 foot tall. It is a pier, it is a column system so the water can flow under it, but it is solid precast concrete. They can make concrete look like anything nowadays. And so this would be stained concrete to look like the wood fence there. And so that way we can fully, completely do a privacy fence around the entire perimeter, but this becomes a really substantial wall at that location next to Mr. Harris. This blue is the solid masonry wall that's 6 feet tall. So between Mr. Harris's house and this outdoor patio, you have a solid 6-foot masonry wall, you have a solid lapped picket wood 6-foot fence, and you have a solid precast concrete wall up to 8 feet. 3 barriers between this area and Mr. Harris's house. Then we have the gates, of course, and then we come out to the west. And to the west was a lot of discussion. We had a lot of discussion with council members of what are we going to do on this western edge, which is a long way away from the hotel, but of course, an important location. And so what we came up with, and this was quite a lot of back and forth, was an 8-foot tall wood stockade fence. Now, just last week, we came to the discussion that if we move it to 8 feet, there is a large tree line right here that we don't want to disturb. We don't want to injure it. We don't want to impact it. And so what we said is that we will work with the forester to make sure that if we do 8 feet, that we're not damaging those trees to the point that they are worthless or injured to where they would die. So 8-foot solid wood stockade lapped fence right there. And I recall from the meeting, I think it was one of the councilmen that said they felt that that fulfilled the purpose of everything needed along that edge. We're happy to do that. So you can see the perimeter treatment, which was really the last significant back and forth we had with council members, has been fully vetted. We believe, we had thought, and provides significant protections all the way around this property.
Mr. Eager, excuse me for the interruption. Councilmember Wilson lost connection and is having to reconnect. And one of the provisions in the Open Meeting Act for this is that they all have to be on board. We have to allow for that reconnection before we can continue. So if you can give me just a moment while she's trying to reconnect, and then we can move forward. Okay, she is back with us, so you may continue, Mr. Eager. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hall. Another point was discussed right up through last week extensively was an outdoor patio area right here. This is the western outdoor patio area. And we had heard concerns from neighbors and others. And again, when Councilmember Hall says we hadn't listened to neighbors, well, we were constantly hearing comments through Councilmember Hall. We fully in good faith believe we were hearing from the neighborhood. I don't believe we were asked to have any other meeting with the neighbor until this morning at 11:30 when Councilmember Hall first brought that up to me. And so we thought we were in essence meeting with the ward neighborhood and through the council member. This was something that was discussed extensively. What's going to happen on this outdoor patio? Well, at the start, we said there's no exemptions requested. We can't do anything different than anybody else outside. We're not asking for anything different, but that wasn't enough. We had heard from through Councilmember Hall, neighbors and others that said, well, we're concerned about that. And we had a long discussion with Councilmember Halls and Holman. Councilmember Holman gave us great feedback about Campus Corner and how they hear things at night and they see video screens. And so we self-imposed upon ourselves at their request, and it's basically from those notes right there, last Thursday. We took all of those notes and that feedback and we put it in the PUD. And what we put in the PUD was first, that again, we have 3 walls right there between Mr. Harris's house and the outdoor patio. We have 2 walls and 300 feet between the outdoor patio and the back perimeter. But we went further. We said that, and also I would note we have guest rooms looking right down onto this back patio. If a hotel is going to make any money, it better sell guest rooms, and it has to sell these rooms right here, and they'll be sleeping. We have no ability to go deep into the night with parties or anything else when we're trying to sell these guest rooms right here. But we went further. We said the noise ordinance applies, no exemption. We said we will self-impose operating hours. This is all written in the PUD. I'm going to show you that in just a moment. 9 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 10 p.m. Thursday through Saturday. We had no amplified live instruments. We went to the detail through these discussions in our conference room, repeatedly going over everything. At one point, one of the council members said, well, you can hear drums even if they're not amplified. We went to the detail to write into the PUD, no drums, amplified or not, we can't have any drums. So we can't have amplified live instruments. We can't have any drums. We wrote all that into the PUD. We wrote in no video screens because it was discussed, well, what if neighbors can see the video screen video going? We wrote that if there's any video screens, they have to be oriented away from any abutting residential. And we wrote the same thing about any audio. If there's any audio, such as a music speaker playing, it cannot be oriented anywhere towards any abutting neighbor. We walked away from this. We wrote that in the PUD. I emailed Councilmember Hall, and I recall that her last email to me Friday was thank you for that, and there was no further request of any changes to that provision. Instead, it was a thank you for putting into the PUD. This is one that I'm really proud to show you right here. Really proud to show you because so often we hear council members, Councilmember Bierman, I so appreciate you for this point. I so appreciate many of you who say, give us good stormwater. And I think you just heard a comment from a neighbor tonight. Well, I've never given you better stormwater than this. Wow. I mean, this is off the charts. And what this is Center City Code allows you to go to a certain percentage if you will do low impact development and if you will do BMP, best management practices. And this developer, the gentleman sitting in front of you tonight, said at the start, he will do it. And I remember sitting with Scott in my conference room and saying, you're going to have to do great stormwater. There's no other way. And he said, okay, tell me what to do. So we called up Muhammad Khan at SMC and we said, Muhammad, you got to give us LID and you got to give us BMPs right away. No questions asked, went right to it. And so what this project has, and there was a question earlier, who's going to maintain this? We wrote into the PUD, the developer has to maintain it. I'll show you that. But this is right now, we heard from a neighbor over here that said they were having stormwater run off the property towards theirs. Well, if you approve this tonight, that stops. Because if you approve this tonight, there will be a 6-inch curb built all the way around here. And all of this stormwater will be collected in every one of those blue squares right there, those black squares right there. Then, before it gets put down into the subgrade system that the city has approved it to go to, it has to be filtered through rain gardens, bioswales, tree wells, all of this, it has to go through first before it goes into the city system. So we are capturing all of the stormwater on the surface. We're taking it through filtration, and only then do we put it into the city system, off-site, all the way over on the campus corner side, away from the neighborhood. We are vastly improving the stormwater for the neighborhood with this project, but only if you approve it. And then we have the streetscape out front. Really a remarkable streetscape right here in front of University Avenue. If you're going to do a boutique hotel anywhere in America, you better have a wonderful curb appeal. And Scott Lambert has done that. Really extensive curb appeal of really iconic landscaping all around here, the Uber drop off right here, restaurant space right here with seating areas right here, ride share, drop off, all of that right out front. There's the main entry into the hotel right there. And this is University Avenue right here. Walkability, you don't get any better than walkability on this site. We took our little iPhones, we ran a walk dimension right here, a path, a time. To walk from this site, not as a crow's fly, to walk to Sooner Theater is a 16-minute walk. To walk to Louis Bar and Grill at the far corner of Campus Corner is a 6-minute walk. To walk to the stadium, and we envision a whole lot of people walking to the stadium, is a 15-minute walk. You don't get any better. I can move the site south and then it'd be a long walk to Center Theater. I can move the site north and be a long walk to the stadium. I could move the site east and then it would be a long walk to Sprouts. We are dead center in the walkability pattern that everybody has wanted on Campus Corner. And so earlier, relative to postponement, it was asked, what did we change in the PUD? Well, you're looking at it. There it is right there. And this was submitted to the attorney for, I understand, 3 neighbors, not the whole neighborhood. This was submitted to him Friday at 4:06 p.m. in an email directly from me to him. He's had this for ever since then. To suggest this is new information for them through a professionally represented attorney is just not accurate. This is what we changed. And this is all at the request through those working meetings that we have had for weeks with the council members. And this is all to the self-imposing on the Noun Hotel to the benefit of the neighbors. We knew of nothing else leaving Thursday's meeting that was needing to be addressed. And here you see it. This is right out of the PUD. This is an image of what was submitted Friday to their attorney, to City Hall, to Lee Hall as well, to everybody that we thought needed to see it at that immediate fashion. And what I'm looking at right here, because I just want to show you, we were asked about permissible uses. There was concern that basically the hotel and overnight services would go beyond just the hotel uses. We were asked to put this in, limited to the hotel and restaurant bar uses. We put it in. We were said that the banquet hall and other things could be used beyond just hotel purposes. We restricted that. Art gallery, office uses, this was a big one. People said, well, you put office uses in, so you're going to change that hotel to an office building. We said, no, we don't have any intention to do that. It's a hotel. So we wrote in there, limited to hotel and restaurant bar operations. Fitness, limited to hotel guest and hotel operations. We don't want to have a fitness center. We want a great hotel. We want a great hotel. That's all. We don't have any uses for anything else. We can ask for them, and we self-impose limits so there can't be anything else. Another key point was the thrift store. If the thrift store moves to the house, to the North Hotel, we were hearing concerns. There were people advocating out in the community that we were going to do full-on retail in that house. We said, no, we don't want retail. We are just allowing the church to move the thrift store if and when that day comes that we can do that. That's all we want. And so we wrote into the PUD with the sole exception that the additional allowable use of the thrift store donation center as an ancillary function of a church has to be tied to the church, can't be tied to anything else at that University Boulevard address. And otherwise, it is just the Center City uses, nothing else. Self-impose that. Now we get into fencing. This paragraph was all about that fencing diagram I just showed you, because there are questions of, well, who's going to really maintain it? Where's it going to be? What's the size of it? All of these things. We wrote all of that in. And so what we basically said is an 8-foot cedar high lap fencing. You're reading it all with me right there, that we will coordinate with the city forester as to the best manner of size and installation to preserve the existing mature trees. Then we were questioned, well, who's going to maintain this if it falls apart? We wrote, we by ordinance of the code. That's all written there. Then there was a question today, who maintains the stormwater? Well, then we wrote that in. Applicant shall be responsible for maintaining the stormwater infrastructure to encourage proper operation as proposed. And then this entire paragraph is what I mentioned earlier. This was written in at the request of council members who are representing these neighbors to put in to protect them from the outdoor space. We put all of this in, everything I talked about, amplification, the operating hours, the masonry wall, it is all right there. All of that written into the PUD, all of it in response to what we requested by neighbors through their council member. And so do we meet the spirit of Center City? Well, let's look at the documents of the code. This is the TIF that was adopted in 2017, and it went at length in what are we trying to do in the Center City. Well, it said we're trying to draw visitors and residents, check. We're trying to attract new investment and business, check. And we're trying to create a walkable, vibrant destination. That is exactly what this project is doing. Do we meet the Center City vision, the code, the intention? Absolutely, absolutely. What's the economic impact? Enormous, enormous. This project is in the Center City TIF. From day one, I will tell you, when Mr. Scott Lammer walked into my office, you all know, I know how TIF works, right? I, from day one, said, Mr. Lambert, you're in the middle of a TIF. You might want to think about asking for TIF incentives here. From day one, Mr. Lambert said, I don't want them. I don't want to talk about them. I don't need them. I don't want to make that any part of my project. I am happy to make this a community project that gives back and does not take from day one. And how much does it give back? Well, right now, Mr. Scott Lambert pays about $23,000 annually on property taxes. It is projected by the economists he will pay $296,000 in property taxes if this project is approved by you and gets built. That is a difference of over $270,000 a year. In your Center City TIF today is about $250,000 that has been collected from the entire area of Center City. This project alone, if you approve it, can fund in the entire, more than what sits in your account today every single year. That's the impact. It's incredible. You see the Visit Norman impact, you see the Norman Arts Council impact, you see the Parks Department impact. It is really staggering. When you get to projects of this level of private investment that come into your community, this is the impact you're looking at. It's important.
Mr. Rieger, we have a long agenda tonight. I mean, can we speed it up? I think I see like a few more slides here.
I will. I'll finish it up. I have 5 more slides. All right. So this is important though. Everybody sees this. We have all these campus hotels everybody's talking about. We don't have any in Norman, none. Here's the Big 12. Big 12 has them all over the place. If you approve this project tonight, we are still in last place on campus hotels. There's 188 within 2 miles of OU, and that includes Sooner Legends, which at this point has not reopened. I'll close with this, Mayor. You see these slides of support. I think you've seen all these support letters. Campus Corner, overwhelming support. University, Visit Norman, Dr. Gabriel Bird, Brady Sexton, Pete Wilson today, the Chamber, Campus Corner, overwhelming support, the downtowners, everybody. Richard McCown wrote to you, said, while this building exceeds my expectations, it is exactly the kind of development hoped for by so many, and he asked that you support it. The final level of support, you have to see this, I think, is President Joe Harris. We did not ask for this letter. It came to me out of the blue. I did not request this letter, nor did Scott Lambert. This was put upon us by the president. This is how much OU believes in this project. With that, I will close, and I thank you because I wanted to address every point that was put upon us. We have addressed everything. Planning Commission supports it. We have gone to great extents to support every issue that we've heard of. And with that, we ask for you to vote on this tonight. There are many people in your chambers right now waiting to speak to this project. I urge you to hear from them and then make your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rieger. As always, a very thorough presentation. I allowed the presentation because there were concerns from council about postponing without necessary information. So I'll allow additional final comments from council before we vote on the motion to postpone. Please raise your hand, council members, if you have a final comment.
Councilmember Scott. Just a moment. Okay.
Hi, thank you. Sean, I have 2 questions. In one of the pictures, it looked like the guy was walking a dog or something. Is it pet friendly?
Thank you, Councilmember Scott. Scott Lambert, will you address that and how you deal with pets in this project?
It is going to be pet friendly during the day, but we are going to look for accommodations at nighttime for the dogs. And I have not gone down that path, but in the evening, we're going to set up a service to take the dogs back and forth to the hotel for their owners. But at nighttime, we are not going to allow overnight dogs staying there.
Okay. Second question, and you may or may not have covered this. It was, I'm sorry, a very long presentation. So I saw a lot of things. Great job on stormwater management and inclusion on that. That was awesome. The only other thing is, my question is about the sales tax revenue that could be generated from this project. I understand, you know, hotel and motel tax, it goes to arts and parks, which I am supportive of. Do you have some sort of projection on what that would look like?
Yes, Councilman, and Dr. Keith Willard is on the call with us tonight. I believe I saw his image earlier. Sales taxes I can rattle off from construction alone, just the sales taxes on materials from the construction is projected at $892,000 just from the construction of the hotel. Sales and room tax is projected at $582,000 annually. 370,000 of that is from sales tax receipts. 212,000 of that is from the 5% room tax. I could break that down further for you if you wish, but that's a summary of the sales tax.
Okay, and then I have one final question regarding that piece of property that you all are going to, or supposed to close on this week. If for whatever reason this postponement does pass, how does that affect that contract as well as the project itself?
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, as in anything in real estate, when you have a binding date that you have to meet, I don't know how it affects it, because then the other party is in control of whether we have any extension to that or not. And as of tonight, we don't have any extension to that. So it could be lost. We don't know.
Okay, how would the loss, and sorry, follow-up question to that, how would the loss of that contract affect this project?
It would be very difficult because, one, we're working very hard with the church for a long-term plan to move the thrift store to that. In addition to the thrift store, they view that as possibly an upper floor residence for pastors and other visiting clergy and things of that nature. Secondly, it's very important that we own that adjacency. We think that's an important feature of this so that we can take out any issues with an adjacency right next to the project on University Avenue.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It looks like Councilmember Wilson.
Councilmember Wilson.
Oh, she said, never mind.
All right.
Councilmember Hall has her hand up.
Councilmember Hall.
For the same reasons that I stated earlier, I would ask for my fellow council members' support to postpone. And I have a lot of questions and a lot of comments that, I will save for after the vote. But I would like to correct the record on a few things, especially when it comes to the neighbors. One of the things that I'd like to say is concerning the lease agreement. We appreciate greatly that Mr. Rieger was willing to share the lease agreement with us. However, we were asked to not share the contents of the lease agreement. When we asked if we could share it with fellow council members, because there were so many questions about this, the answer was no. And the lease agreement itself was signed on May 26th and was not shared with our city attorney until Friday. So no one really had the opportunity to understand all the agreements that had been reached that really impact the hotel. So it's important for the public to understand that there really is no way that the hotel can operate and function without the cooperation of the First Presbyterian Church, which of course they got, and we're really glad about that. But it would have been nice to have access to that information much earlier in the process. Mr. Rieger also is suggesting that I never asked him to meet with the neighbors. And on the subject of the fence in particular, that's when we discussed what we might be satisfied with, but I clearly stated at that time that what was really important was what the neighbors wanted to do. And so that is when I requested that Mr. Rieger and the applicant reach out to the attorney representing the neighborhood and run their new plan by, which I'm happy that they got that far, but I'd like to point out that what's required there is a masonry wall on all perimeters. And so that was when I made the ask to reach out to the representative or the attorney for the neighborhood. And yes, I was privileged to try to represent my neighborhood as best I can with all of the concerns and the feedback that I've gotten. And I really sincerely appreciate all of the movement that we made with the applicant and with Mr. Rieger. But as I keep pointing out, the missing piece here is that direct conversation with the neighborhood. And they had representation. I did the best I could to represent them, but I felt it was really important that that communication link was established with the neighborhood. So with that, I just would like to ask for the same reasons that we postponed.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I have Councilmember Bierman and then Councilmember Holman.
Councilmember Bierman.
So I do still have some questions that I will wait for after this vote on postponement, because I don't want to bog this part down. But I would also like to point out, when it's clear that a project like this is concerning to neighbors, I really don't think it should be necessary to be asked to go and speak to them multiple times. We've also heard from the attorney representing some of these neighbors that there was very little contact with their legal counsel from the applicant's legal counsel. And so I do have some substantive questions about the PUD restrictions on noise on game days and more about the economic impact assumptions, but I'm going to wait until after the vote on postponement for those.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holman.
Okay, thank you. I do just have a few questions I wanted to clarify from the presentation before we go forward. I hope everybody can hear me. Okay. So just I'm going to go down a little list, just Sean. So the office use, just quickly, specifically that is restricted to the office use related to the hotel, correct?
Correct, Councilmember. What I wrote into the PUD, I'm looking at it right now, and they have that. I wrote next to the office uses, and this is wording from their attorney. This is from Mr. Hickman. We took his edits. He had time to send me proposed edits. We took those edits. So to suggest he didn't have time to see this is false. By the way, I emailed him 3 times to get him to tell me who he represented, and the city attorney can confirm that for you too. So if there was a lack of response, I would suggest that was it. We wrote limited to hotel and restaurant for operations next to office uses. So it cannot be an office building. It has to be only for the hotel and the restaurant.
So the first floor of this building cannot be rented out to outside offices for use should the restaurant or something fail.
That's correct, Councilman. Actually, no floor, none of it can be rented out because you could only use it for hotel and restaurant bar operations. And that's not my language. That is the attorney for the neighbor's language.
And any change to that would require going through the entire development process and council approval again, right?
That is correct, Councilman.
Okay. The entertainment use, just similar question. What is that limited to? We've heard several, I've seen some questions on YouTube about, and we talked about this as well, fraternity and sorority parties, they can't host events at their houses, so they rent out event space and stuff around town. Is the banquet room at the hotel going to be available for that type of event?
So first of all, we struck the entertainment venue. There was words in the, and that you remember in our meetings, that was a concern. We had entertainment venue in there. We struck that language out. It cannot be used for entertainment venue. We talked about this before. I would ask, if you will, Councilmember, to indulge Mr. Lambert to discuss his intentions of the meeting space, because we talked about this and I want you to hear that directly from him. Scott, if you will, you're at the mic there. Talk about your intentions of the meeting space.
Well, first, the intention for the Noun Hotels, it's going to be a lot of fun. That's the first intention. I want the customer to have an enjoyable experience there. And to address the fraternity, sorority thing, remember we have guests above on the above floors. So we have to control the process. So if you're saying I can't have any fraternity or sorority parties there, not parties, but events, then I would say yes, we are going to have some, but I will control we'll have to control the noise per the agreement that we have on the noise ordinances. And I have to make sure the guests are happy. I have guests throughout that whole first floor. So if they're not happy, having a great experience, then they're not going to come back.
And final point, I would say, Councilmember, if you recall, we restricted nothing outdoor can happen after 9 p.m. basically Monday through Thursday. I'm sorry, Sunday through Wednesday, and then 10 p.m. Thursday through Saturday. So we've stricken everything outside after those hours.
And then the gallery space, what is that limited to?
So the gallery space, again, the wording from their attorney was we wanted to limit, he wrote in limited to hotel and restaurant bar operations. Again, we don't want to create an art gallery here, but of course we want it to be artistic and have good public art outside, good art inside. And so We only intended to say that that would be part of the hotel and restaurant experience.
Okay. And then the fencing, talked a lot about it. So one question that I was asked that I didn't bring up to you and I hadn't thought of was how thick the masonry wall in the north would be. Someone was under the impression that it was an inch thick.
Yeah, could I ask Kara Shimkasal to answer that question? Kara?
I can answer that question. Sean.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, it's 1.5 inches is the thing.
Okay. Solid precast concrete masonry, basically.
Is there anything in, I don't recall anything in Center City that addresses the thickness of a wall.
No, Councilmember, I don't either. I've looked at that provision, garden wall, street wall, peripheral fence. I've looked at all of that. I don't recall any dimension. And actually garden wall is the only dimension you see in reference to though is 4 foot to 6 foot. That's the specific wording in the code, 4 foot to 6 foot. We're providing 8 feet.
And then the lighting, we've talked about how the Center City form-based code lighting requirements are actually less or not as restrictive as our commercial lighting ordinance. Can you talk about that just a little briefly again?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilmember, for that question. I didn't address lighting that much, but yeah, we spent extensive time in my conference room with both of you talking about lighting. And what we told you is we were happy to do either one. Center City Code has its own lighting provisions. The rest of Norman has what's called commercial lighting ordinance. That's where the photometric plan comes from. A lot of people think the commercial lighting ordinance is more restrictive because it's more tailored to a commercial experience. Center City Code light provisions are more tailored to a residential experience. We self-imposed the commercial lighting ordinance on this project. And we talked about that, how that was a self-accommodation to make sure we covered lighting. We went further with that in the written PUD to say that we have to be sensitive on the northwest side of the building beyond even commercial lighting ordinance. We wrote that in.
So neighbors, according to our current commercial lighting ordinance, neighbors would not have to worry about light spillover and
correct
flaring and things like that. There would be full cutoff
correct.
fixture. Okay.
We would meet the code entirely, and we cannot even get a building permit until we show you an engineered photometric plan that shows you to the point of foot candle levels around every foot of the property, basically, as to what those foot candle amounts are. And we cannot exceed, I think it's 0.2 in the commercial lighting ordinance off property. And we have to engineer that and prove that to you before we even get the benefit of building a building.
Okay, thank you. The access, we talked a lot about that, and there's been a lot of confusion in the neighborhood and community on Campus Corner about White Street. I think we've clarified that there's not going to be any change to White Street currently as any part of this project anyway. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, that's correct, Councilmember. Thank you for that question. There was a lot of discussion early on. It came about because early on, we talked about access. We had a very specific meeting with city staff just on access points, because originally it was suggested that our curb cuts were too close. We went and met with staff, with our traffic engineer. Basically, something was mentioned about White Street, what would happen to it. It got basically then turned into people were saying, well, this traffic was approved based on what happens to White Street. We went back to city staff, said, is that correct? Because that was not our understanding. And we were told that it was not connected. And I believe Mr. O'Leary is on the call tonight. He wrote an extensive email that cleared that up to everybody. And I think we shared that with you. And I think he shared that with you to clear up any confusion on that.
Okay. That is my understanding too, just for anybody listening, that there are no plans to alter the current state of that street in relation to this project anyway. So I guess the entertainment and the banquet hall were kind of the same discussion there. The stormwater improvements, and this might be staff. There have been city stormwater improvements made to White Street and University within the last 5 to 10 years. So maybe just clarifying that those improvements were done with some anticipation of increased capacity in this area. I'm not sure if Sean or another city engineer might be able to touch on that.
Councilmember, if I may, this is Sean O'Leary. Yeah, I wouldn't say that the improvements made to the campus corner stormwater system would have a direct impact on this project. This project, as the drawings have indicated to you tonight, would discharge directly into an underground pipeline system located under University Boulevard. We have reviewed that system. It's in good condition, no previous flooding concerns. And the applicant, I want to clarify here too, Mr. Rieger did a pretty good job, I think, of describing it, but they are not required to do a drainage study here. This is not going through a replatting process, but they did one anyway at our request. We appreciated that. They pointed out in that study that the increase in impervious area is only 6% more with the development project versus the previous development on this site. So very little increase in runoff, and they are addressing that through their LID practices. So relative to stormwater, we, I think as staff, have concurred in the proposal. And of course, if it's approved, we would follow through on the inspection and confirmation that they would deliver everything that they've shown in the drawings.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. One of the questions I saw on YouTube there was, there's a lot of pedestrian foot traffic on campus corner regularly that may be walking by. What do you think the situation for this building would be should people that are walking by happen to just step inside? Maybe it's really hot and they use the restroom or drink of water. What do we anticipate that being like? I mean, part of the Center City policy is to encourage more pedestrian-friendly environment, to provide an alternative to suburban sprawl, to have street level facing buildings that are not hidden, that are more accessible. And I understand this isn't a retail building that people are going to be coming in and out of, but I could definitely imagine people on campus corner being curious and coming in there, or just walking by and I've really got to go, or I've really got to get a drink real quick. So that's just some of the environment that I've witnessed on campus corner, working at restaurants and bars there for a long time. So.
Yeah, let me just say thank you, Councilmember. I think we're excited about that. I mean, how much better can you have than a lot of activity around your hotel and restaurant? And Scott, I think you share that excitement, but go ahead.
We encourage, we're human beings. We want to help each other out. I mean, if you have to go, you have to go. Okay. I mean, let's be realistic here. If you get out of the hot weather of Oklahoma and come in for a few seconds to go, I mean, we want to help people that walk by. I mean, this is a corporate hotel we're doing here. This is a non-branded for the community hotel. Okay. And so we want to be part of the community. We want to help the community. It's just like if you're walking down past Blackbirds, and if they step into Blackbirds for something, that's okay too. I mean, we're here to help. We're here to help.
We very much have created a streetscape that I showed you that accommodates all of that. We kept the sidewalk path exactly as it is, unobstructed. We very much welcome all that pedestrian activity.
So the idea is not to have a kind of exclusive thing that's nobody can come in here and check this out,
No. No,
I
sir.
think that was okay. And then we talked a little bit about that live music part, and you mentioned that no drums, no DJs, amplified music, things like that on that patio and on that outside facing west and north facing sides of the building. There would be nothing like that. And that includes the patio above the restaurant in the front too. Is that right?
Actually, I think I wrote for the west patio. I had not heard that discussion relative to the patio on the raised one over the entry.
I don't think we have.
Yeah.
But yeah, specifically the back patio, the west patio.
Yes.
And so,
So we wrote at length. That whole paragraph was added after we met with both of you for many hours and crafted all of that and put it into the PUD.
Okay. And then just briefly to the Toberman, should the thrift store be removed at some point, the building, we talked about how that current gate would be filled in, right?
That's correct, Councilmember. And I forgot to mention that if the thrift store is moved, that location of the thrift store will be basically transformed into additional parking, meeting all of the stormwater and percentage impervious requirements, and that gate will be permanently shut. No longer would it be open on Thursdays.
Okay, but there still would be a pedestrian access from
Correct.
from University that would connect Toberman and Park Drive to Campus Corner for residents and things.
Correct. And, I remember when we got to the detail in our discussions with you and Councilmember Hall, and let me just say, I very much appreciate it. I hope nobody takes it to mean I didn't. We greatly appreciate so many hours you gave us over the last several weeks on this. But yes, we even got into the detail. You recall one day when we were pulling up Google Earth and looking at, is it exactly the right point of that sidewalk to go out onto Toberman next to the thrift store? Should we move it over 10 feet? Should we pull it back? Mr. Harris had issues in that. And I think we all settled on the good location as to where it's shown now. It would not be affected by any thrift store change.
I think that's a lot of stuff. I really appreciate the information, details on that. I think that's a lot to take in for everyone. So that's all I have right now. I'm going to let whoever else might have some questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do we have any other final comments on the motion to postpone from council?
Councilmember Hall has her hand up again.
Councilmember Hall.
This is just point of order because I thought we were voting on the postponement. I just want to make sure I understand that this is not the time for comments and questions about the project. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, it's been the motion to postpone. I've been interpreting the questions as to whether or not they're going to vote to postpone.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're about it.
I see no other hands raised, Mayor.
Councilmember Patron.
Oh, sorry.
I keep trying to find the raise hand function. I'm getting lost in the, okay, well, I mean, I have, if we're gonna cover the rest of it tonight, I have a whole lot of questions, but I am concerned that the neighbors aren't getting their opportunity to chime in on their own fate. That seems to be the what I'm hearing. I understand that it's not because Mr. Lambert or Mr. Rieger doesn't want to talk to them, but because I think that they would hopefully welcome that opportunity to sit down and talk with them. But after having watched the Planning Commission, there again, when Mr. Hickman went to try to start to talk about the questions that the neighbors had and issues that the neighbors needed resolved, he was summarily cut off. So it was like a 2-hour meeting and neighbors got 10 minutes total. So now they're not here again. So I feel like they haven't really had any representation.
To clarify that, if we postpone, we're done. If you vote,
I get that till July 14th.
Vote to not postpone, but then they can talk tonight. So it's not like if we don't postpone it, they'll be able to talk tonight. If we do postpone it, we wait till July 14th.
Right.
It's not like we've taken away all of their opportunity to comment.
No, yeah, I'm talking about for the last year. It feels like that from what I'm hearing, and I believe Councilmember Hall, I feel like she probably knows what's going on with her constituents, that they're wanting to have the opportunity to work out with the applicant and whatever issues in a neighborly way. To me, that seems like what we're supposed to be about. So I don't know. I want to say first and foremost, I really like the project. So it's not about whether I like it or dislike it. I think it'll be a hugely successful project. I think it'll be popular. I think it's pretty cool. So it's not anything about whether I don't like it. I just really feel like they should this be approved, which I hope it is, you're going to be neighbors forever. So starting off on the wrong foot doesn't seem like the most smooth way to go. So to me, I would really hope that they have the opportunity to sit down them in a neighborly way and figure out the issues, and then they come back to us with their, hey, we had a chance to sit down and do this the way that adults do that. So I will support the postponement, but Just know that it's not my dislike of the project. I think the project's great. Although I do have questions about it.
Thank you, council member. Any other final comments from council regarding the motion to postpone? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to postpone this, well, I guess 3 agenda items to the meeting on July 14th, which is a point of clarification. It was mentioned earlier, 2 weeks. I believe that's 3 weeks away. And with that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron, Councilmember Patron,
Oh, aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon, Councilmember Scanlon. One moment, I think there we go. Oh,
No.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
No.
Mayor Clark.
No.
The motion to postpone passes by a vote of 5-3, voting against Councilmember Scanlon, Councilmember Scott, Mayor Clark. Actually, that was 6-3, not 5-3, sorry. Can't count tonight. 6-3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move to item 32. Item 32 is the preliminary plat for Trailwoods West Addition, located the east side of Avenue Northwest and 1/2 mile north of Rock Creek Road. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a representative for the applicant to make a presentation?
I believe we have someone here from SMC, am I correct? If you're on and can speak to this item, go ahead and unmute your mic, please. Okay. I believe they were on earlier. I'm not sure if they got disconnected or what, but.
I'll ask council, does anyone have any questions about that item? So we can postpone it or move it back in the agenda?
I mean, Public Works staff may be able to give you just a little bit of information about the item if you want to do that.
Can we get an updated protest map also, based on, now everybody's heard the presentation?
On the last item?
Oh, never mind. I was still thinking about the hotel. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll look at that, yes.
Sorry.
Are we on item 33?
32.
For putting it at the end, can we do that? I mean, I know it's just a preliminary plat, so.
Yeah, we can place it at the end and see if they get on. If you want to go out of order, we can move on to 30. Coming back to it, move on to 33.
Well, that was what I had previously suggested. That will also give city staff some time to put together a little bit of a presentation if SMC does not rejoin us. So we will move past item 32 to return later in this meeting to item 33. Ordinance 1920-41 granting special use for a bar, lounger, tavern, and C2 general commercial district for property located at 938 North Flood Avenue. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'd like to recognize Valerie Krob, I hope I'm saying that correctly, the applicant, to make a presentation, and please correct me if I'm not saying it right.
No, you said it correctly. I'm going to let my husband do the presentation.
Valerie and Chris Grob, this is Valerie and Chris Grob with Oklahoma Axe Factory, located at 938 North Flood Avenue. The building in question, we are requesting special use permit on, previously had a special use permit, but it expired, I believe, in 2018. We are just requesting to renew the permit. This is a new business in the city of Norman, opening mid to late August. Our business hours are 12 to 10, Tuesday through Thursday, 12 to 12, Friday and Saturday, and 1 to 8 on Sunday. Oklahoma Axe Factory is a axe throwing venue. Axe throwing is a relatively new activity where customers throw axes at wood targets in dedicated lanes, similar to bowling. There are 5 other axe throwing locations located in Oklahoma, one in Jinx, one in Tulsa, downtown OKC, Edmond, and more, all of which have alcoholic beverages available. We, of course, will have water, soda, etc. available for purchase, but are requesting a special use permit to be able to also serve wine and beer. All drinks will be in cans. We will not have a mixing bar or so mixed drinks will not be served. There will also be a limit to the amount of alcohol beverages a customer may drink while throwing axes. Valerie and myself, thank you for your time and hope to see you all come by and throw some axes. We are both available for any questions and or concerns.
Thank you.
We have several
Yeah.
questions there.
I'm very excited for the questions. Councilmember Wilson, your enthusiasm, you get to go first.
Can I just say I've been watching the signage, and good job, Krobs, with putting a sign up first, because I thought that was genius. Because I'm like, what's going in there? Oh, it's axes. But I didn't know there was gonna be alcohol too. So my only question, well, no, I don't really have a question. I think this is a cool, interesting thing. I love kind of cool, interesting, I mean, you may not know me, but I have doggy daycare and some coffee places and stuff like that. Me and my council homie business partner. But this group of people laughed at me hysterically when I had a comment a couple of years ago about chainsaw weddings. And I've heard about that ever since that moment in council history. So I want to take a moment and ask you, will you be having axe throwing weddings? Just curious. That's a good idea.
We're not opposed to it.
No. The venue is, it probably would work.
Yeah.
And then besides that, I kind of, while throwing axes and alcohol seems like there could be no possible problems there, do we have some safety things in line? I'm just curious about that, because seems like you could have some problems.
So now, obviously, there are people that throw quite often. Okay, this is actually pretty new, and a lot of people got into it when it started coming out. So those people obviously don't need coaches, but the majority of people will. So we will have coaches at each station. But also I think the big safety factor is we will limit how much they can drink while they're throwing. They can't, they can drink they can have more drinks after they throw, but during the process of throwing, we have to, in my opinion, it's probably safer to limit. The places that we have been that also have axe throwing, there's several, like I said, there are several throughout Oklahoma. They've never suggested that it's limited while we're throwing. So I don't know if we're the only place or they just do it and don't tell anybody. But what we're going to do is give everybody just like a bracelet or a wristband or some sort of thing to calculate how much they've had to drink while they're in the process of throwing.
Okay, and then one more question. How many, I guess, lanes is kind of what you said, lanes will there be? Like
there will be eight lanes, and there'll most of the time, if you come with a group, each lane won't have any more than 4 people.
Okay, and then was there any protests? I don't know, my iPad's being weird. Was there any protests on this? Okay.
No.
All right, well, that's all the questions. I'm sorry to giggle, but but there was some history there, and I think it's a cool sounding business, and I'm happy to throw some axes and drink some beer. I'd like that. That'd be fun.
Heck yeah.
Thank you, council member. And I
Thank you.
was thinking of your chainsaw comment when I called on you.
That's hilarious.
With that, any other questions from council members regarding this item?
We have Councilmember Bierman.
Councilmember Bierman.
Yes, so I was today years old when I learned that Norman had an axe throwing facility, and I'm just glad to know that it's not open yet because I could not believe that I had missed that news. I'm very excited, as Councilmember Wilson mentioned. You know, she and I are the queen of slightly random business partnerships, and so I really love the idea of this. I was a little concerned at first about the idea of alcohol and axes. So my question you kind of answered really early on that I mean, I'm not saying that we have to do what all the other cities do, but it does make me feel better to know that other cities have vetted this idea before us and have decided that that's permissible. I also did some quick research and found out, distressingly enough, that firing ranges also are allowed
They
to
do.
serve alcohol. if they
H&H gun range allows alcohol.
Yeah, so not really feeling super concerned about the mixing of this. I think you guys are doing a very responsible thing by limiting the amount of alcohol that is able to be served. And my hope is that if you ever decide that this has been so wildly successful that you're going to sell it to someone and move somewhere else and open another one, my hope is that they will continue that policy. I don't know that I feel strongly enough about it to ask if you'd be interested in amendment to your special use permit to formalize that. But I love bringing new, exciting things to Norman. I'm glad that you all are doing this. And if you ever need some folks to come and test it out ahead of time and, make sure that the axes throw straight and, all of that. There have been several opportunities over the last few months that I could have used
Oh,
in outlets
100%.
like that. So thank you guys for coming and requesting this and for sharing a little bit about your business, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
We have Councilmember Holman.
Councilmember Holman.
Okay, yeah, just clarifying about the special use permit, that it's with the business, the building, for those that aren't as familiar. ABR.
Yes.
Sorry, you cut out on there. You cut out for a minute.
Maybe for our city attorney, but just to make sure for everybody listening, to clarify, the special use state is with the business or it's with the building? It's with the business.
It's
Yeah, it'll
specific,
be,
It's with the building.
specific to this property. If it's discontinued for 2 years as a special use, that it would cease to exist and they would have to come back and renew it.
Okay. Well, I mean, this building, this property has been some kind of bar, entertainment venue my entire life that I can remember. So I think it would be pretty nice to have some nightlife up in that area again. And seems pretty cool, I think. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
and the building will definitely be getting a facelift, if that helps.
Wonderful. Yeah, wonderful. We hopefully we can fix the street someday.
Thank you, council member.
We have Councilmember Hall.
Councilmember Hall.
First of all, I just want to say we love having unique local businesses in Ward 4. So happy to have you operating in Ward 4. And I'm just really curious what kind of liability insurance you have access and alcohol in the same room.
Yeah, so there's ironically all the research that we've been at this for probably a year and a half. And we actually found an insurance company that's all they do is insure. Well, the broker deals with an insurance company that's all he sells is insurance for axe throwing venues. And it's pretty common to have most of the acts over the entire US that he has insured. The majority of them do have both alcohol and axe throwing separate policies, and that's the way ours is. But it's one policy, but it's two separate entities of the same policy, if that makes any sense.
Thank you. That's interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I'm not seeing any other council,
comments?
not any other council
All
comments.
right. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding the item. Are there any public comments?
We have received two public comments via social media. One from Alexandra Penner in Ward 1 that said, "This sounds like a lot of fun. What's the price point look like? Will this be accessible to the general community or be more of a luxury service?"
It's more than accessible to the general community. You know, of course, we'll have specials for specific times, but if you're talking about in the general sense, price wise, it's $20 per person per hour during the week and $25 per person per hour during the weekend. But of course, like I said, we will have happy hour and we'll have what's the deal on the internet? Groupon. Yeah, Groupon. Sorry, I can't remember.
And the second comment is from Michael Graff. He says, "I support this. I believe, although I believe they are naive if they think they can prevent handing off of drinks, but I'm sure safety is important to them." And that is all the public comment we've received electronically.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
I'm seeing none, Mayor. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter, sorry.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon second reading unanimously.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on final reading unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Item
Thank you, guys.
34. Ordinance 1920-47, granting special use for a fraternity or sorority house in R3 multifamily dwelling district for property located at 1611 South College Avenue. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Second.
I'd like to recognize Shannon Marshall, a representative for the applicant, to make a presentation.
Yes, Mayor. My name is Alec Bass with Wallace Engineering. We also have Shannon Marshall on the line with us tonight from GH2 Architects. With your permission, I'd like to share my screen. I've got a few slides to help show this. Let me see which one it is here. Okay. Is it showing anything?
Yes.
Okay. And it.
Beta Gamma chapter.
Okay, so this is currently zoned R3 multifamily dwelling for the Delta 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 sorority house in Greek Row. As you can see, all the surrounding properties here are also zoned R3. However, as the zoning code was updated, any fraternity sorority housing requires a special use. And at this time, they are proposing an addition that would require them to come into compliance with the current zoning ordinance, and that is why we're before you tonight. You can see here, we are nowhere, we're not within sight of any residential housing. It's all sorority, fraternity in the surrounding area. Here's an aerial shot of the current site. And then here is the site plan of the new addition. Will be on the west side of the building. It will be primarily for a safe room addition within their expanded dining area. And then it will also add 3 beds. I know parking is a concern, so it should be noted that we are not reducing any parking, nor are we adding any parking. The existing parking lot is adequate to comply with the existing city ordinances there. Also, with the addition of impervious area, in coordination with the city's engineering department, we are providing a rain garden on the eastern portion of the property to help offset the stormwater impact. I know you might ask, why is the rain garden on the east side versus the west side where the addition is? The topography was very flat on the west side, and we are limited on space with utilities versus the east portion of the property. Has a much larger area to construct this. What we're doing over there is this location was selected to preserve mature trees. And then what we're going to do is pipe the roof drainage from the eastern portion of the structure to the rain garden. So it will collect a portion of runoff from the courtyard as well as the roof area, which is more than the square footage than we are adding here. And then just to give you an idea of, if you stand in front of the house, here's looking at the front, and as you look in all directions, it's Greek housing everywhere. So we are available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council regarding this item?
One moment, I need to stop sharing his screen so I can see them.
Oh, sorry. Let me see if I can figure out how to unshare.
Okay. Yeah. I think I can do it here. There we go. Okay. Looks like we have questions from Councilmember Patron and Bierman and Holman. So Councilmember Patron.
I just wanted, just for clarification, when you said safe house, did you mean a storm shelter?
Yes, ma'am. Safe room. I apologize if I said safe house.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm just really excited about that for you guys. That's a very responsible thing to do.
I'm sorry, when you put that together, I was like, ooh, a safe house and a sorority house. Okay, sorry, I'm okay. It's getting late.
all right.
I did the same thing. I'm like,
Yes,
ooh.
it's past my bedtime. So.
We're just getting started.
Thank you, Councilmember Patron. Councilmember Bierman.
Oh, Alec, you don't even know. I mean, we've got a little PTSD from last week. I think if it ends before 2 a.m., I'm going to be thrilled.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say how much I appreciate the consideration of stormwater in this plan. Stormwater is something that I hit on pretty much every single project. We continue to make our problem worse without taking on the big solution to make it better. I mean, we've tried, but it hasn't been successful. So I really appreciate the addition of the rain garden and the attention that you've taken to pipe roof runoff into these areas. So I don't really have too many questions. I just wanted to drop in and say that because I really do appreciate the consideration that you've taken on this. I think considering it's on Sorority Row or Greek Row, whatever you want to call it. I didn't go to OU. I was never a part of Greek life, so I'm probably going to mess up all the terminology. That there's very little other reason to really hammer on this project except when it comes to stormwater. Every percentage of impervious surface we add, continues to add to the problem. So I just really appreciate you taking the time to address it in a way that not many projects do. A rain garden is something that I think could stand as an example for any future work on Greek Row, and I hope that other fraternities and sororities see this and decide to include it in any of their future plans. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holman.
I just would echo some of those same comments. I think this is a very good project. Very nice to see the details and especially the stormwater and rain garden part. Many of you know that I live pretty close to here, just about 3 blocks to the north on College Street. So I actually walk around this area quite often. It's actually really nice right now because there is nobody living around here right now. It's completely dead, so I don't really have any questions, anything about this specific project, but there is something about this project that did spark something of interest to me that really just John O'Leary to look into and just maybe get back to me at a different time. But I'm kind of interested in the easement of that Delta Street and where Elm Street curves around and meets Delta Street right in front of this sorority. It looks like there's no actual easement at all. So maybe some history on what's going on there in case we stumble across something in the future, specifically because the fraternity house across the street burned down recently. So I expect they may be coming before the city council at some time in the near future, and that might come up. So anyway, this project, looking at the maps and stuff, made me think of that. So anyway, that's all I have. I support this project and look forward to seeing it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments from council regarding this item?
I don't see any other comments, Mayor.
All right, seeing none, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
That would be no public comments.
All right, seeing none, are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none.
All right, seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patrone.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon second reading unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patrone.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon final reading unanimously.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break, if that's all right with everyone. I think we've been going hard for a few hours now, so we're making good progress. 5 minutes. Please turn off your cameras and your microphones, and I will see you at 9:50. All right, friends, it's 9:50. Councilmember Carter, how was your bike ride? How long?
Got 16 miles in.
I hear, wow, okay.
You
That's
finish that
impressive.
paper out, Councilmember Carter?
Anything to make a buck in the age of COVID, man. Delivering mail, wind, rain, doesn't matter.
All right. So I see Scanlon, Carter, Wilson, Patron, Bierman, Holman, Scott, Lee's hopefully coming back soon. Councilmember Hall, can you hear us?
I was going to shut down a computer in the other room. I don't.
All right, well, I'm sure she will read us shortly. Let us press on. Item 35, ordinance 1920-54, amending the planned unit. Whose mic is on?
I just turned the mic on for the council chamber. Sorry, it's okay.
Okay, I was just like, someone need to talk. All right. Ordinance 1920-54, amending the planned unit development established in ordinance 0607-35 and ordinance 1516-21 located south of Highway 9 and west of 36th Avenue Southeast along John Saxon Boulevard. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a representative for the applicant to make a presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is Gunnar Joyce with Rieger Law Group. I have with us Mohammed Khan, SMC. Mohammed texted me before this item and let us know that Chris Anderson with SMC is also on the call now for item number 32, Trailwoods, when we get to that. So I'll share a screen here for a short presentation. I'll do my part to get you out of here before 2 a.m. So we'll move fairly quickly through this and happy to answer any questions. This is the location map. As we move through here, you can see in context to where we are. The Norman Business Park is a portion that's already under development. This is the site, Saxon Industrial Park, that'll kind of add on to this industrial office park feel in this area. We've got Saxon Park over here. I was at first reading on this item, Councilmember Wilson. I heard your question about Saxon Park. I didn't make it up to the podium in time because Mr. Pyle, city manager, beat me to the punch and noted that this does not impact Saxon Park. And you can see that here. Here's the city's plan for Saxon Park. This new road will cut through what's already a public road. It'll connect into Saxon Boulevard and also Technology Place. Here's the planned plat. The reason we're going through a plat at this point is NEDC, an owner of most of all of this land, Chickasaw Nation Industry owns a small portion as well, so they're also part of the applicant team. NEDC is working on some transactions in this area, and in order to convey them, they need to go through the plat process. And then, so this is the plan. There's working on this extension of this road, kind of the major part of this plat. There's an agreement with the city as well to help with the installation and the improvements here. And then another portion of the platting process is that we're required to bring the PUD into compliance with this request. So we're rezoning the whole property as well for just general commercial, office, industrial, not full-on commercial, just CO, which is kind of an office commercial. But the intent here is the industrial park feel. You can see here's just a conceptual site plan at this time. The end users aren't known yet who's going to come here. So if they end up having to change this proposal in any significant way, they'd have to come back for a site plan amendment. And this is just telling you the zoning and 2025 designation that exists currently. It is already a PUD, but city staff has asked us to bring this into one clean PUD. There's two portions of a prior PUD that govern this area. So this kind of cleans it up, makes it one PUD for industrial park uses. And just because this is always the topic that we get questions about, here's the proposed green space. No variance requested from the landscaping ordinance. Summary here, again, no variance from landscaping. Will comply with commercial outdoor lighting ordinance. We have not received any protests. Nobody attended pre-development. Planning Commission recommended approval. So that's a quick overview. And again, SMC is on the call for any more specific questions, and I am as well. Thank you.
Looks like we have some questions from Councilmember Holman and Councilmember Wilson. Councilmember Holman.
Okay, thanks, Gunnar. Could you go, I think there was a picture that shows the how this road would connect to the east to 36th Avenue.
Yeah, I think we actually, this is, I think if we do two different slides here, this is the closest we get.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but these two will connect right here, yeah.
Okay, so I guess my question, maybe concern about that is if it's a park entrance and there's paths and things like that, and it's adjacent and connected to an industrial area that would, you know, potentially have large semi trucks, stuff like that type of traffic. Is that something that was considered, talked about? Staff may want to comment about it.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it before city staff gets involved. There was a city staff transportation impact analysis done here, and I know that they found no negative impacts associated with the development. And I believe that is included in the packet that you received for this agenda, but I also see Sean O'Leary unmuted himself. So Sean, you want to take it away?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I'll just say, Councilmember Holman, great question. Would just say that we have been working with this development project for 3 or 4 years, actually. This initiative began under City Manager Lewis and Mayor Miller as part of an economic development initiative to try to assist NEDC and the development area in the construction of the roadway and utilities. So we've been at it for a long time. Gunnar did a good job of explaining the basic format for the road design. We've also been coordinating with our Parks Department. So the drawing you showed, we will finish the connection of that roadway through the park and back to connect with Saxon Drive and Technology Place to provide a better public safety connection there. All of that will be done with Economic Development Administration grants, industrial road grants through ODOT, and then our 2019 bond program included funding for that portion through the park. So still working on all of that. If the plat gets approved tonight, we will initiate with the NEDC folks the grant application process and hopefully get all of that constructed in the next few years. Be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just figured that is something that may come up. I think at least a couple of people asked me about that. I don't know if Councilmember Wilson has, just if something will be considered. So I appreciate the explanation, Sean. That is the only question I have right now.
Thank you, council member. And I believe it was Councilmember Wilson.
Yeah, my questions, thank you. My questions are along those same lines as Councilmember Holman. I guess when we talked about it last week or whatever week it was that we talked about it, I didn't realize, I'm sorry that I wasn't listening or I don't know what happened, but that the road was going to connect directly with Saxon Park that runs through the parking lot there. So I really have some kind of concerns about the speed of the traffic and what kind of mitigation items are we doing? Speed humps? I hope speed humps. Or what's going to happen there, Sean?
Councilor, I would just say that the next stage after, if you approve the preliminary plat tonight, is to initiate the final design process with all the road configurations, the utilities, stormwater. There's a lot to do here, and that has not begun conceptually. We have the layout there, but we've certainly not gotten into road design conditions, traffic calming, that sort of thing. But yes, this is going to serve as a major collector street for the industrial area and connecting back to 36th Avenue Southeast. As you know, 36th Avenue Southeast is also identified as a major road improvement in the 2019 bond program for a 4-lane configuration. And so the funding in that project was extended to finish that portion through the park and make sure that we've got again, this is going to be a road that will serve multiple purposes, including access to the park. So the next stage, if you approve it tonight, then the next stage of the process will be the road design and that sort of thing, which council will have a role in over the next several months.
Well, I would like to, put my 2 cents in for obvious traffic calming, because that's, a coveted Ward 5 green space, so to speak. I know we have lots of green space out there, but it's one of our few trails that's not ticky. But either who's, I would also, I know that you and I, Sean, have talked about this multiple times. I bring it up every time we talk about this park and or 36th Street. And that is an entrance on the northeast corner that would be walkable. One of the things that bothers me about this park is that no matter what, you kind of have to drive to it because there's no sidewalks, there's no way to get to it from the neighborhoods that are very close. And if we are then adding in industrial space to the I guess west and sort of south of that, I would really prefer to be pushing some of the walkability that we could have from those neighborhoods. So if there's any way that we can incorporate that, I know that we probably have some land ownership issues there at the corner of 36 and Highway 9, but that would be huge for that park and the use of that park. And then with this development, and again, I'll apologize for not realizing that went right through the middle of there. I really believe that doing some things to help the walkability part of it. I know it is a state highway, so it's not ever going to be that walkable. As well as my stop signs on 36th and whatever that next road is, Cedar Lane. Sorry, my brain's. Yeah, my other question is, I'll go ahead and let that go away because I know you know how I feel about that, and I'll keep pushing on it. But during construction, what's the disruption of the park area going to be like? Because that would be another concern. I know you probably don't know exactly, but
you bet. Right. No, a great question. And again, we would have to work very closely with the Parks Department. Of course, timing is everything. So I don't know the status of the park development relative to the construction of the roadway. I'm going to say the roadway construction is still 3 or 4 years out. So kind of think about it that way. Would also comment on your previous point, the 36th Avenue Southeast bond project will include continuous sidewalks both sides of 36 from Highway 9 down to Cedar Lane Road, continuous on-street bike lanes and 4 lanes of traffic. So in terms of walkability, we're going to do our part on the roadway as well as this roadway. This roadway will also include continuous sidewalks. But I'm going to have to refer to Judd Foster for any of the pedestrian designs internal to the park. Judd's a better source than I to say how the traffic or the pedestrians can move in and out from that Highway 9 and 36th Avenue intersection.
Sure. Hey, thank you, Sean. Couple of things too. First of all, on the roadway, when the park was given to the city by the Saxon family, it was given with we save a 100-foot right of way through that area where that road is now going to go for this very purpose. So circulation could occur from the Saxon Industrial Park. That was, again, a condition that we accepted the property from the family, from the Saxon family. So we've known all along and planned along for that roadway to be there. And as we've built part of it so far. The Norman Forward project for Saxon Park includes finishing out that and making that connection over on the west side, as well as some sidewalk connections that Sean just spoke about over on the 36th Avenue or the east side of the park. So that's all going to come together, and that's probably also in that 4 to 5 year time frame from now in terms of the Norman Forward project work. So all of that will dovetail into this work as well.
So Judd, real quick, a follow up on that. What I've kind of advocated for in the past, and I think you and I've talked about it briefly, but is an entrance to the park on that northeast corner of that land, which would be the southwest corner of the intersection at 37 Highway 9. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Is if we could have an entrance there in some capacity where you could access the trail without having to drive all the way, because that's like almost a quarter mile or something to get down there. And I mean, when I'm going to exercise, I don't want to exercise to get to the exercise.
Sure. So one thing, can be a pedestrian up towards the corner, but we do not own the corner you described. Cut off, and our property line is actually diagonal line, kind of northwest to southeast, cutting off that corner. So we can't get all the way to the corner, but whenever we have sidewalk access off of 36th, we'll be able to do pedestrian entries to the trail from there.
Okay. Well, so is it, is it the highway department that owns that then? Is that the state or something that owns that little corner?
I believe it's still owned by the Saxon family. I'm not positive. I think that's correct. It had to do with the streams and the waterway there at the corner that they didn't want to give us ownership of that.
Can we maybe request an easement from them of some sort, Sean or Jed? I mean, I'm just thinking that.
But again, it would be because of the terrain and the creek. It's a very deep creek there. It would be very difficult to get across and access it. It would take some bridge work and that sort of thing. I think there's floodplain there, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't looked at that drawing in a while, but we can get close to the intersection with entry into the park, pedestrian entry there. We just can't get right at the corner.
I would just add, Councilor, that we'll be happy to work on that. Judd made a good point that it really is, this all would take place as part of the design of 36th Avenue Southeast, I think. And of course, that's going to be a continuous corridor that would have sidewalk on both sides of the road. And at that time would be a good time to explore other access points to the park. So happy to add that to the project.
Okay, so if I'm not on council when we get to that point, I will haunt you guys. So make sure and work on that part. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other questions from council regarding this item?
Councilmember Patron.
So I guess I don't really know what's going on. I don't really understand this project. You said that, Gunnar, that the businesses, we don't know what those are going to be yet. Like, we don't know what we're building out there.
Yeah, that's right. And it's a city ordinance that you can't convey land that's greater than or under 40 acres unless it's platted. And the NEDC is trying to convey property that they own. Unfortunately, they run into that ordinance. And so in order to convey the property, they have to go through this process, plat the property. And then when we started down this path with the plat, the planning department requested that we bring forth a new PUD to clean up. Earlier in the Saxon Industrial Park, there were 2 different PUDs out there. All the same sort of allowable uses, but they were tied to exhibits, sort of like Most PUDs, when you bring them forward, and they were projects that never got developed. And so the planning department wanted a fresh slate out here. And so we've offered to do that. To go
Okay,
forward.
so the road that we see pictured there now, it already exists or it's being put in?
Councilmember, it would be, again, just in terms of process here, what Gunner's describing is a very common process that council will see on preliminary plats of this nature. So they have done their best at identifying the lots and blocks that they think they will be selling off. And then the site plan shows possible building configurations. But if council approves the preliminary plat, each of these areas or perhaps each of these lots will come back to you in a final plat configuration. And at that time, you will see the actual site plan, buildings, parking lots, stormwater improvements, and that sort of thing as part of a final platting process. To answer your question, the road through the subdivision is not there. That's a green field, like everything else within the red hash line. So all of this is undeveloped and will be developed as part of this platting process.
But you say that this is NEDC's property and that the city was going to build the road?
So the city has agreed for a number of years to partner with NEDC, and we are a member of that board, and to assist them in the acquisition of grant funding and other funding sources for the construction of the public improvements, which include the roadway, water lines, sewer lines. I don't think any major stormwater improvements except the stormwater that would accompany the roadway section. So yes, that has been an agreement that Mayor Miller and other members of council entered into with City Manager Lewis a few years ago. We've been working on that track ever since. It's just taken longer than we thought for NEDC to get to this stage of platting. But now that we're here, that process will pick up some steam. I know that we've been working with Maureen at NEDC for several months. She is preparing the grant applications to the Economic Development Administration and to ODOT. And then we included some funding for a portion of the road in the 36th Avenue Southeast bond project in the 2019 bond program.
How much is coming out of property tax for that road?
I don't think any property tax is anticipated here. It would all be paid for through the grant funds or the bond funds.
I figured the bond was property tax, so that's what I was trying to understand. How much is the city taxpayer paying for the road?
Well, I can't answer that. Maybe Anthony might be able to weigh in there, but it would be about $750,000 of that 36th Avenue Southeast project that was included for this program. So whatever that equates to in tax dollars.
Okay, and this was a line item in the last transportation bond?
Yes, it was in the 2019 bond program as a portion of the 36th Avenue Southeast project. It connects to 36th Avenue Southeast.
Okay, so before we would approve this, approving this tonight doesn't necessarily approve that road design or construction for the road to start?
Essentially what this would do tonight would be to establish the alignment of the road and the right of way that we need for the roadway. And again, it's in a preliminary plat, so it would not have been final platted yet. The next stage after preliminary platting, like it always is with every other development, is for the developer to then prepare all of the public improvement plans and to proceed with the public improvement process. And that is the part that we are partnering with NEDC to do. Once all those public improvements are constructed, then the final plat would come back to council, probably in portions. I don't imagine they're going to bring back the entire parcel as a final plat, but that might be the preference of NEDC.
Okay, well, I guess the clarification that I'm looking for is if I was to vote yes tonight, am I voting yes to committing us to start construction to pay for that road?
No, ma'am. There is no funding allocated as part of this action tonight. But if you vote yes tonight, you are voting for the subdivision of land and the dedication of road right-of-way.
Okay,
There is no funding involved in this section.
okay. That's what I wondered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other comments from council regarding this item?
Looks like Councilmember Holman.
Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, just seeing some questions on YouTube here, and there seems to be some confusion. Some folks think that this plan is going to interfere with the existing trails that we've built at Saxon Park. And I think you went over that, but just would you maybe clarify that? Like I said, question I'm seeing here on YouTube.
I can take that. It will not interfere with anything we've done. We've designed around it, knowing it was going to be part of the project from the day that we first owned it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other final comments, or not final comments, comments? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
We have one, if you can hold on just a moment. Okay, Aaron Jeffries, Ward 3. The plan is covering over part of the current running trails. Does this mean that they will be destroying Saxon running trails? I think that's already been answered.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
None other.
Seeing none, are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon second reading unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Is there a second? The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon final reading unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 36, preliminary plat for Saxon Industrial Park located south of Highway 9 and west of 36th Avenue Southeast along John Saxon Boulevard. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Councilor Patron?
Oh, sorry.
Same question as before. Is this start of the spending the money on the road?
Again, Councilor, I think it is the green light to proceed with the road design process, but their council is not approving any funding or road designs with this action. You're just dedicating the subdivision of land and the dedication of right of way.
Thank you. Would you agree with that, Mr. Francisco?
Lord. Yes, at the point that the decision is made to move forward with the road project, whether it be the Norman Forward part or the bond part, that would be a separate decision of council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
We have Councilmember Wilson now.
Councilmember Wilson?
I'm just gonna beat on this topic one more time and double, triple verification that we are not affecting the trails, right? Still seems to be some confusion online. Maybe the lag in the technology, but one more time, we will not be affecting the trails. Am I correct?
We will not be affecting the trails. Absolutely not.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Foster.
That good?
Okay. Any other council comment regarding this item? Seeing none, are there any further public comments regarding this item?
None, Mayor.
Seeing none, are there any final comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the preliminary plat. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron. Councilmember Patron.
It's frozen.
Okay, I'll come back to her. Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Councilmember Patron.
You're muted.
Okay, my thing like kicked you out for till just now, so
I'm just calling the vote, calling the roll for the vote on the preliminary plat. So now it's your
Oh.
turn.
Okay, yes.
And Mayor Clark,
Yes.
the preliminary plat is approved unanimously.
All right, we're gonna go back to item 32 now. Preliminary plat for Trailwoods West Edition, located east side of 12th Avenue Northwest and 1/2 mile north of Rock Creek Road. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat.
So
You have a
moved.
motion, you have a motion on the floor.
Oh.
You already
Okay.
have a motion on the floor.
So then we'll go back to, is there a representative for the applicant to make a presentation?
Chris Anderson here with SMC Consulting Engineers, and I apologize for being late. I didn't realize this was on tonight, so I do not have a presentation. Hope you have something in your documents there, but basically this is a preliminary plat that had expired. We didn't realize that when we turned in the final plat for the project. So we're just trying to get the preliminary plat reapproved. It's a continuation of the Trailwoods project, if you're familiar with that, just single family housing, nothing different, that will punch out to the section line road there.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Seeing none?
Councilmember Bierman.
My apologies, Councilmember Bierman.
I just have one quick question. This probably for Sean. Has there been any changes to our stormwater standards since the original preliminary plat was approved? I see that this is basically just a carbon copy of the original preliminary plat, so I just wanted to check that box.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Councilmember. I just want to comment, and I want to make sure that Chris and I are clear on this. I don't believe this preliminary plat expired. I believe this is a new preliminary plat. This land was never part of the original Trailwoods addition, as I understand it. It is a 10.5 acre parcel. It certainly touches the original Trailwoods addition. It has 42 new single family lots, but for whatever reason, the developer left it out of the original Trailwoods addition, and now they're coming back to plat it. This is a preliminary plat, so it will comply with all of our current stormwater regulations and all of our other engineering design criteria. So it doesn't matter what it might have been if it had been submitted before. What matters is it must comply with all of today's standards.
Okay, I'm glad to know that, and just so that everyone watching and you all know that I didn't just like make this up on my own. It does say in the Planning Commission agenda that the approval of the preliminary plat became null and void on November 25th, 2019. So I was going off of that information. I didn't just kind of come up with this. So I still appreciate that information.
I'm sorry, it actually was a separate preliminary plat called Trailwoods West. It was not a part of the original Trailwoods preliminary plat, but it was a separate preliminary plat that was previously approved.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just wanted everyone to know that I didn't just like come
You
up
did
with
not.
that idea off my head. So I read it off the Planning Commission agenda. So thank you. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none.
All right. Now I'm seeing none. Are there any public comments regarding this item?
Okay, I think we just had one come in just a moment. Is it a repeat? Just give us a second here. Okay. The Jennifer Robertson in Ward 4 states a question. There is no plan to present. Question mark, why should a plat be approved when the material is unavailable for presentation? And Lori in Ward 6 says, what are the boundaries of this new plat? Or asks, not says.
I'm fine if you want to answer the boundaries of the plat since there's no map. And we do have the materials. There's just nothing on the screen.
Right, and I don't have anything to present here. I'm at my home computer. Didn't have a document to put up. So basically, it extends from the platted.
There you go. Councilor Patrons was rather resourceful. There you go.
Very good. Yeah, it connects to the on the east to the existing Trailwoods plat again, on the west to the section line road, and the north is the Greenleaf Trails plat, and the south is unplatted property.
Okay, thank you. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Hall. I got lost.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott had to leave the meeting and will not be returning this evening. Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The preliminary plat passes by a vote to 8-0, which is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we're now back to item 37. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay. Item 37, Resolution 1920-104, amending the Norman 2025 Land Use and Transportation Plan to remove property located north and west of Franklin Road and North Interstate Drive from the medium density residential designation and special planning area 5 to commercial designation and from future service area to current urban service area. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the land use plan amendment.
So moved.
Second.
I'd like to recognize Mr. Sean Rieger, the attorney representing the applicant, for a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate that. And I will be quick on this one. How about that? So I'm going to fly through this one. I think I've been challenged to keep it at 3 minutes. I'm going to give it a shot. We are in North Norman, Interstate 35 right there. This is the subject tract. There are two parts to this proposal tonight. There is a zoning site that you see outlined in yellow. And kind of like Gunnar talked about last time, because there's co-ownership around here, we're required to show a full preliminary plat in the red area right there. But the only project in front of you tonight that is an actual project that would be built is in that yellow zone right there. And what I want you to see here is that we're in a pocket, basically, of floodplain all through here that's unbuildable, that's really uncrossable. You wouldn't ever put a bridge across that. So we've got an area right here that basically is between a large pond and floodplain with I-35 frontage, very intense frontage right across from OEC Solar Farm and Johnson Controls and the passageway of the overpass and all that. And so what we have here is the proposal for a car dealership to go right in that pocket, right in there. That's the location of the site. Here is again the rezoning site. This is the full preliminary plat, and kind of what was discussed earlier, we're required to do a full preliminary plat. There is nothing planned in that area of the site. So all that preliminary plat area. Here's the site plan, fairly simple, straightforward. The car dealership building here, the car lot out here, all of the drainage goes to the south into that basin right there. Filtered beyond that down into the creek area. Douglas Hartwig, I should mention, is with us tonight on the call from Craft and Toll Engineering, and they've worked very hard on this one to do what they can to stormwater all. Last slide. I think I'm under 3 minutes. This request only is to rezone that yellow area right there, and the zoning is to go to C1, which is basically local neighborhood uses. Those are the most least intensive commercial uses with one additional use requested for a car dealership. That's it. Any additional development beyond that yellow zone area would have to come back in front of you for zoning and final preliminary platting. And with that, Planning Commission supports staff's report was also fairly positive. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Larry Battison also on the call with us tonight.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council regarding this item?
Me.
Councilmember Patron.
Councilmember Patron.
Mr. Rieger, I feel like I heard this presentation at the same planning meeting, but can you go ahead and tell us where the stormwater drains?
Yes, and Douglas can give you more detail. I'll show you what I can as just an attorney tell you, but basically this site drains to the south. So down page it drains, and the entire edge of the site is turned over to detention. And so detention there, then so it catches all the water as it comes off this property into an entire width of detention. Then it's filtered out of that detention before it is released on down into the creek down here.
And it actually goes towards the lake, not towards Canadian River, even though
Correct.
Canadian is closer, right? It goes
Correct.
under 35. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Correct. Yes, this is the Lake Thunderbird watershed.
All right. Thank you. It's a good thing we're getting a car dealership.
We are car dealership on I-35, right at all that junction and all that stuff.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do we have any other questions from council regarding this item?
Let me stop sharing his screen so I can see.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, stop sharing. Yes, there you go.
Okay, I don't see any others, Mayor.
All right, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
We have none.
All right, seeing none, are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the land use plan amendment. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron. Where'd she go? Councilmember Patron? We're both doing it at the same time.
Just give us a thumbs up. Okay.
Councilmember Hall?
Got it.
Councilmember Hall?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon?
Aye.
Councilmember Holman?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Yes.
The land use plan amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 38, ordinance 1920-48, rezoning property located north and west of Franklin Road and North Interstate Drive from A2 Rural Agricultural District to PUD, Planned Unit Development District. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
second? Okay. This is
Second.
a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item? Seeing none, are there any further
Sorry.
public comments?
Sorry,
Oh,
I'm-
Kate's got one.
Oh,
Yes, to Councilmember Bierman.
my
Sorry.
apologies. Councilmember Bierman.
So this is really just more of a comment than a question. That way I can save it, do it now and not do it at the end. This is, as many of you know, I hammer impervious surface area pretty hard. I've said it a couple times tonight. I did not have a problem with changing the land use plan for this, but I will not be supporting the PUD for the same very reasons that I consistently talk about. You know, it's nice that we're detaining it and, you know, slowing the flow, but this is still a contribution to our impervious surface area in this city, and we don't have a plan to address it comprehensively. So got me on the land use change. I'm okay with that, but I'm not going to support the PUD tonight.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none, are there any further public comments from council regarding this item?
Yes.
Okay, looks like we have one.
Waiting with bated breath.
Bryce is relaying it to me.
Okay.
Okay. Jennifer Robertson, Ward 4, more impervious surface next to a floodplain. Number 4, don't ask for citizens to pay for stormwater since you're adding to the problem waving through these projects.
All right, thank you.
That's
Are there
it.
any other okay. Are there any other final comments from council regarding this item?
I'm seeing none, Mayor.
All right, seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
No.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Councilmember Petrone,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
No.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading by a vote of 6-2, voting against Councilmember Bierman, Councilmember Holman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
No.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Councilmember Petrone,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
No.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on final reading by a vote of 6-2, voting against Councilmember Bierman, Councilmember Holman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 39, preliminary plat for Battison Automotive Edition located at the northwest corner of Franklin Road and North Interstate Drive. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat.
So moved.
Second.
This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item?
I'm not seeing any, Mayor.
All right, seeing none, are there any further public comments regarding this item?
No further public comments.
Thank you. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing no further comments.
Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
No.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Councilmember Petrone,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
No.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The preliminary plat passes by a vote of 6-2, voting against Councilmember Bierman, Councilmember Holman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 40, ordinance 1920-44, amending section 441 of chapter 22, the Board of Adjustment to amend the renewal procedure for a special exception to permit a mobile home to serve as a temporary second dwelling to relieve a medical hardship. I will entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Second.
I'd like to recognize Jane Hudson, Director of Planning and Community Development, to make a presentation.
Best for last, right? So the item tonight is regarding the applications that the Board of Adjustment reviews for medical hardships. Back in 2014, planning staff had received several requests from citizens that were looking to add a second dwelling unit on certain properties. And this allowance would give the opportunity for family members to care for aging parents or a family member that might need a medical assistance and such. So staff was presented to council committee, and council adopted the following changes to the Board of Adjustment responsibilities in section 441 in chapter 22. And this was ultimately added as a special exception for requests to go forward to Board of Adjustment and to allow for this temporary second dwelling on a piece of property with documented medical reasons. So as this process has continued forward, we've had several applicants that would come back and they would need to renew their request. And while we were at Board of Adjustment one day, they had asked us if there was a possibility that this could be an administrative approval with the doctor's note, but it would not be such a financial impact to the property owners that have to come back each year to get this renewed. So we're bringing this request forward to you, and so with these amendments that we have for tonight, the exception can be renewed every 3 years by filling out a new application for an administrative extension, and that would include a new doctor's note. They would be allowed to have 2 administrative extensions, and if a 3rd extension is needed, they would need to submit a new application to Board of Adjustment and, of course, get the radius map and notify adjacent property owners to make sure that there hadn't been anything changed, in the area for people with, concerns of having 2 residences on the property. So that would be the request before you tonight. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Are there any questions from council regarding this item?
I'm not seeing any questions, Mayor.
All right. Are there any questions from the public regarding this item?
Not seeing anything.
All right. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Looks like Councilmember Holman.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. One of the questions I saw online was, or comments maybe, was about the impact of the 1 house per 10 acre rule. Does this impact that? Does it open up the gates to other proposals to get into that? Maybe just a little clarification on that would be valuable.
I wouldn't think that it would. I mean, anything that comes forward would have to come to council for you to review and approve. I mean, this has been in place since, well, it was approved under 13, 14, 15. We have had a couple applications that have come forward that you've seen for individuals wanting to do a mother-in-law suite or, an additional house on the property there for their aging parents, and they've tried to request that through a PUD. And we've had, I think, one that was approved and one that wasn't. But the administrative, or I'm sorry, for this medical exception, they have to have the doctor's note.
Right. And it does say temporary and mobile specifically. So, okay. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other final comments from council regarding this item?
Councilmember Bierman.
Councilmember Bierman.
So I do recognize the concern that this might be a foot in the door to, some larger impact on our zoning, particularly in A2. But I do think that the necessary requirement of having the doctor statement a new doctor statement be submitted with each extension is going to eliminate a lot of that possibility. And only 2 can be granted before they need to file again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I do think, and considering how few applications we've had over the last few years, I don't see this being a huge concern, but of course there's nothing that says we can't go back and look at it again in a few years if this new method seems to looks like it's going to be blowing the doors open to something else. So I am pleased to support this tonight.
Councilmember
Thank you,
Petrone.
Councilmember Petrone.
So just so that I understand, this is just for the renewal, correct? The original application still goes to council to
read it. It goes to Board of Adjustment. This doesn't come to council.
Board of Adjustment. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired and.
Yeah.
But
so the original request will go to Board of
administrative side of it though is just for the renewal, but the original acceptance of this person meets all criteria whatever, that process is staying the same.
Correct.
Okay. And then is there anything else in the, for that criteria that says, are there certain lots that are too small or certain neighborhoods that, I mean, what happens with HOAs? Is there any other, for the public to know how this works? Is there criteria that they have to overcome besides Board of Adjustment and a doctor's letter?
So the exception can be approved for 3 years on any lot that is 5 acres or greater in the A2 zoning district.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
All right, seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron, Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon second reading unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Clark, Councilmember Carter.
Where is that Clark guy?
I don't know. He just creeps in occasionally.
That dude creeps me out too, man.
I'm so sorry.
I vote yes.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon final reading unanimously.
All right, we have 2 items left. Stay with me. Item 41, ordinance 1920-45, amending several sections in chapter 22 to resolve language inconsistencies and update cross-references by removing the RE special use, allowing 1 use permitted in the M1 restricted industrial park, clarifying zoning uses, including medical marijuana zoning uses. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
So moved.
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to once again recognize Ms. Jane Hudson, Director of Planning and Community Development, to make a presentation.
Thank you. So this is a follow-up to a discussion that we had regarding the adoption of the medical marijuana uses. So back in 1990, in July of 1990, and then in December of 1990, council had adopted amendments to the zoning ordinance, which would allow residents in the residential estates dwelling districts to request a special use for 1 and only 1 use in the M1 district. Moving forward with the recent adoptions that we've had for medical marijuana uses, what this did is this allowed residents to request a special use for grow, processing, educational facilities as a special use in the RE district. In all the discussions that we had with committees and council, the use or the grow of medical marijuana was never directed toward any of the residential districts. So ultimately what this ordinance is looking at is it is removing in the RE district the 1 and only 1 of the specific uses permitted in the M1 restricted industrial district from the special use. And then in addition to that, there were some cleanup items in the O1 Office Institutional District, this ordinance will remove the medical marijuana testing laboratory as allowed by state law from the list of special uses and adds it to the permitted uses along with laboratories for research and testing. And this is consistent with the treatment for other laboratories already adopted by City Council. In the C1 district, a permitted use is any use permitted in CO. However, since the adoption of this category, the CO has been amended to allow medical marijuana testing laboratories, whereas City Council has opted not to separately allow such uses in C1. Thus, an amendment to subsection A, any use permitted in CO except for medical marijuana testing laboratories as set forth in 423. And so this will reconcile the treatment and implement City Council's original intention. A similar amendment is suggested in the C2 General Commercial District by adding Tier 3 medical marijuana processor and medical marijuana research facility to the list of uses already excluded from any special use in the C1 district. And then finally, there were a few Scrivener's corrections that have been identified within the TC Tourist Commercial District, where it states as allowed by state law. It's proposed to be added to the references to Tier 1 medical marijuana processor and Tier 2 medical marijuana processor in order to be consistent with the language for those uses throughout the ordinance. In addition, special uses is clarified by adding in 424.22, which is the list of the permissible uses in that district. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have on this ordinance.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hudson. Are there any questions from council regarding this item?
Looks like Councilmember Bierman.
Councilmember Bierman.
Not really a question, just a comment. I want to thank Jane for catching a lot of these minor inconsistencies or, kind of, wouldn't even want to call them oversights because I don't think we knew at the time when we were passing these medical marijuana ordinances that these were included in there. We talked about this in in November at Oversight, and now we're here actually getting it taken care of. So thank you, Jane. I think that this is some great cleanup language and happy to support.
I gotta tell you, legal helps me a lot, so it's not just me.
Kudos to Catherine and staff too.
All right. Any other questions from council regarding this item?
I'm seeing none, Mayor.
All right. Seeing none, are there any public comments regarding this item?
Seeing none.
Seeing none, are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none. Sorry.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon second reading unanimously.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron. Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
We'll wait for Councilmember Patron to get unfrozen here.
Where'd you go?
You must have jumped off.
Yeah, it looks like she dropped.
Let's let her get back in right quick.
There she is.
Okay.
Okay, it kicked me out again. So we're
ready for your vote. Sorry. We were waiting on you to come back.
I'm gonna vote yes on that one.
Okay. So the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Thank you,
Can y'all
Madam
see
Clerk.
it when it kicks me out?
It freezes you up
freeze.
first. And so sometimes it'll unfreeze you and then sometimes it kicks you out. So yes, we were waiting on you.
It froze all of you guys and then kicked me out. Okay. I took some pictures of you though. All frozen up.
All right. Final item of the night. Item 42, ordinance 1920-51, amending Chapter 5, Building Construction, and Chapter 22, Zoning Ordinance and Board of Adjustment to establish new residential carport standards. This is very important to me. It was the very first phone call I got after I got sworn in. And provide for Board of Adjustment review of residential carport applications as special exceptions. I will entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. I'd like to recognize Ms. Hudson once again, our Director of Planning and Community Development, to make a presentation.
So I'm excited about this one. Not that I'm not excited about the other ones, but I think this is awesome. You know, in doing the research on this, it's interesting. This actually started in October of 2014. So we brought this information back to committee again in June of 18, and then again in June of 19. So one of the most important things that we're doing with this ordinance is we're actually removing the language that has historically been kept in Chapter 5, which Board of Adjustment cannot hear requests from Chapter 5. So we're taking the information regarding the carports and we're placing it in Chapter 22 so that the applicants can go forward for a special exception for a carport. And with this proposal, all carports are required to go to Board of Adjustment for a special exception request. All carports do require a building permit, so they'll obviously have to get a building permit and be inspected for building code. I do have to make one correction, and I'm so sorry. It's just a number was missed, but if you look at the ordinance itself, under number 4, under carport construction, that should be referencing section 431.7 parens 2 paren F paren 2. It just, we lost a 2 when we were typing these up. But in the ordinance, there is the guidelines for where the carports will be allowed. They are a special exception in the residential estate dwelling districts, R1, R1A, R2, R3, 4, 6, and they do have the setback guidelines. They have the carport construction guidelines, height restrictions. There was a question about how we ended up with a 20-foot height, I believe is what was originally presented. I did a lot of research on that, and I could never find anything that justified having a carport at 20 feet. If just to put it in perspective for you, if you look at the overpasses on I-35, some of them are between 12 and 14, 16 feet. So I genuinely do not know where that came from, but that was in there for years. So what we've brought back is that a carport shall not exceed a maximum height of 14 feet which will accommodate RVs, fifth wheels, anything that somebody might be pulling for camping or anything like that, or the height of the principal dwelling structure, whichever is less. So we wouldn't end up with some huge carport. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on this.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hudson. Are there any questions from council regarding this item?
Councilmember Patron.
Councilmember Patron.
I just want to get it out there on record, Ms. Hudson. There is, can you explain to my constituents how HOAs work? If HOAs say they can't have, they don't want carports, or Ms. Walker, maybe you can answer this.
Sure. If HOA restrictions are more restricted than our ordinance here, that's a covenant that runs with the property, and the property owners would need to follow those HOA restrictions. That's not something we typically get involved in, but that's something that you would typically have to ask for permission to install or build in many HOAs that have restrictions related to carports or other structures. And so that would be addressed through that private relationship between the property owner and the HOA.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from council regarding this item?
Looks like we have Councilmember Bierman.
Councilmember Bierman.
So I'm totally fine with all of this. I'm a little concerned about the cost of the fees for acquiring a carport through the special exception application for the Board of Adjustment. I'm sure that these are typically standard, but if I look at this, it looks like we're looking at on a conservative level, $400 just for the application for the carport. And I don't think that that includes the building permit, which I don't think costs much money, but I know that a lot of these carports are relied on in older neighborhoods where the garage, if it has one, has been turned into living space, or they didn't have a garage at all. And so I'm not entirely familiar with carports, but I do know that there's a company on Porter that sells them. So I drive past it all the time, and I see that they list carports for under $1,000. So having half of the cost of an average carport be added on to that cost for the application fees just feels potentially burdensome to some residents who may need to protect what might be one of the more valuable pieces of property that they own outside of their home, which is their vehicles. So I don't know what wiggle room there is there, but it does concern me that the fees are pretty substantial. I don't know who can speak to that, if anyone can. Are these set in stone? Are these just the basic fees for the Board of Adjustment, regardless of what item goes through? Is there any way for us to come back at a later point and set different fees for carports to recognize the outsized cost of getting these applications compared to the cost of the carport? I'm concerned about the impact on this on lower income residents who may need to protect their vehicle, but don't have $500 extra to go through this process.
Those fees are set, so we would have to go back and amend the ordinance to be able to waive them or reduce the fees.
Okay. Well, I that's not gonna prevent me from supporting this, but I would like to put this on either Councilmember Holman's radar or my radar, or even Mayor Clark, since she chairs the Finance Committee, on their radars to try and see if we can maybe address this in the future, because I do see this being a pretty difficult cost for some residents to incur.
Well, I guess I would add, for what it's worth, this wasn't even an option before now. So progress. But, as always, we continue to...
That's totally fair. I mean, I completely understand that. I just, I want to be sensitive to the residents who may need a carport more than others and the cost associated with that. So not a deal breaker tonight, but I do think it's something that we should address in the future.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions from council regarding this item?
Seeing none.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from the public regarding this item?
Seeing none.
Okay, are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
It's like Councilmember Holman and Councilmember Bierman.
Okay, Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just comment about the history of this issue. As you mentioned, it was the first call you got when you got elected to Ward 6. And I can tell you that the two previous Ward 6 council members that I sat next to also dealt with this. I don't know why it was like a Ward 6 thing necessarily, but for whatever reason, Ward 6, I'm not sure if Bill had a whole lot of comments about that too, but it's a lot of Ward 6 folks had the carport issue, and we did look at it pretty extensively back in 2014 when former council member Youngman was the chair of the CPT committee, and we didn't really get anywhere after I think we had more meetings about carports than any other topic that year. I'm not even sure. So we were kind of sick of it for sure. And it seems like it would be a simple enough issue to most people, I would think, but it is a pretty good example of how complicated local policy really can be sometimes. So I'm glad that we finally got it through the process, and I do plan to support these updates tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Bierman.
That was a mistake. I reached over and accidentally clicked raise hand. No additional comments.
That. Any other comments from council regarding this item?
I don't see any, Mayor.
All right. I've already mentioned this is a special victory for me. One issue taken care of in my time on council. With that, council members, or excuse me, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon second reading unanimously.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the final vote of the first half of 2020. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading, and Councilmember Carter, I think this is your last vote. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yep.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon final reading unanimously.
All right. Well done, team. Now we are to item 43, miscellaneous discussion. This is an opportunity for citizens to address City Council, and remarks should be directed to City Council as a whole.
Okay, he has a couple comments coming in, and while he's doing that, I'm just going to group several email that I received today. I think after we published the process in which you can participate in council meetings for items of council's consideration, I also received a lot of emails, some of which said specifically to shared miscellaneous, and others were just on the same theme. So I'm just going to go on record saying I will scan all of them and send them to you for you to read in their entirety. I have it's over 40 emails from residents that would like council to reconsider putting the money back into the police department budget that was removed from the budget at the last meeting. Many of those same emails are also expressed displeasure with some of council's current actions and ask for some action to be taken. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I'll send those forward for your review.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I may have you translate all my emails. You made that sound somewhat pleasant, so thank you. All right. Any other public comments?
Okay,
for
let's
miscellaneous?
see. I didn't come yet. Okay. This is from Caroline Webb, living in East Lindsay in Ward 1. What will be done to protect us from the blue crowd when City Hall reopens so that we can safely attend meetings there? And then the second one is from Mark Campbell, Ward 6. Thanks to Parks and Rec for providing masks at Westwood Aquatic Center. And one more is coming. From Brandy Studley in Ward 1, I see that the Citizens Advisory Board is going to be at Andrews Park on Thursday, who will police the police and back the blue people who can't control themselves. And that is all of the comments received.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go ahead and begin with Councilmember Bierman for closing comments.
I do not have much tonight. I feel like I used all my words on the agenda items today. So I'm just going to tell everyone to have a happy 4th and to be safe, be cognizant of your neighbors and those in your neighborhood who may experience adverse effects from fireworks. And it would be great if we could not keep our police officers so busy that night chasing down calls for illegal fireworks in city limits. So enjoy your 4th, be safe. Councilmember Carter, it has been quite the ride serving with you. I really appreciate being everywhere you go, on your horses, on your bikes, and all the crazy hats you wear. So don't be a stranger. You don't have to show up to council meetings all the time, but don't be a stranger to us. I'm sure you want a break from council meetings. It's been great serving with you on city council and on the Animal Welfare Oversight Committee before that. I realized that it's been, I think, probably about 4 or 5 years that I've been seeing you at least once a month. And so that's going to be an odd change. And I really like being at meetings so I can say a face-to-face goodbye to outgoing council members. But since we can't do that tonight, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate serving with you. I appreciate your perspective. And like I said, don't be a stranger. I want to keep seeing you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember Carter.
I have nothing. I'm played out. That's the baton.
Well, you are appreciated. Thank you so much. Councilmember Patron.
Councilmember Carter, I'm gonna miss you. I know we don't always vote the same, but it's been seriously been my pleasure to get to know you. You have been a lot of fun, and I appreciate you guiding me along when I took my seat and had no idea what was going on. You're so kind to take me under your wing, and you're always kind to me. And I'm gonna bring Kaylee Ann to come ride horses at one of your horses one time. She got to attend ranch camp, which was amazing this last week, and I have heard nothing but, Mom, I want a horse, I want a horse. And I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna happen, but maybe Councilmember Carter will let you ride one of his horses. So anyway, but whenever this
Anytime.
yeah, thank you. When this crazy COVIDness business is over, I'll be glad to give you a hug. And yeah, this has been a emotional couple of weeks, I think, for everybody. My bandwidth, I know, is like very short now. It's just been really emotional. And appreciate everybody in the community, and just trying to be patient with one another. I know sometimes it's hard, and I just encourage everyone to keep trying and talk to your neighbors kindly. At the end of the day, we all live in this city together, so let's be friends. That's all I have.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember Hall.
I also want to just thank Councilmember Carter for your service the last couple of years. We've been friends for a long time and don't think we ever imagined that we'd be serving on city council at the same time, but it's really been my privilege and I've appreciated how you approach things, and I will do my best to carry on with the tree ordinance in your honor. So thank you so much for everything that you've done. And I also just want to remind people to use your power of the vote and make sure you show up, or hopefully you've already gotten your absentee ballot, and remember to vote on June 30th.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Wilson.
I don't have a whole lot other than thank you, Dr. Carter, for your service and your guidance and your stubbornness and your silliness and all of the things that you bring to the table. I really appreciate your service, and I've enjoyed getting to know you better during all of this, as well as animal shelter oversight and all of that. Thank you so much, and we're going to miss you. So keep in touch. And other than that, I don't have a whole lot. So have a good evening.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Scanlon.
Joe, I owe you a martini. We'll get together sometime. I want to thank Dr. Griffith, Jerry Lang, and Mary Clark for taking care of this carpet problem for me, that now I don't have to worry about it, and I sincerely appreciate that. And Mary Clark, I have to compliment you. I've never seen in parliamentary procedures somebody postponing the vote to postpone, but you did it, and I really appreciate it. When we were talking, and maybe you all are too young to remember this, when we were talking about the axe throwing, a video came to my mind, and if you've seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about. But one of the Ames brothers was on the Johnny Carson show a long time ago, and they were throwing axes. And they threw an axe, and it hit right where you wouldn't want it to hit, which broke down the entire audience. And that went through my mind, and I'd like to suggest that these people, when they open their bar, that they play that video from time to time. One final comment, and this is a little more serious. And Brenda mentioned emails about the vote on defunding the police last week. I'm not questioning the integrity of any votes but my own. If you followed remarks that I made earlier in the evening before the vote and on the voting history up till the last one, I think I was consistent in voting my conscience. Come the last vote, I screwed up. It wouldn't have mattered, and I know that, but I talked about the integrity of the vote. I kind of indicted my own integrity because I voted in a way I had not intended. It was a mistake. I own the mistake, but I feel that I have to talk about it publicly and make that comment and apologize to Chief Foster and his force for my mistake. So having said that, I yield my time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I too have enjoyed serving with Councilmember Carter. We've definitely worked on some pretty big issues in the last 2 years. I think we might have him for just a little bit of the next meeting to hand the baton off. I don't know how that's going to work if we're on video or new council members. However, but I will hold my comments further about that until then, just how late it is. So anyway, I do want to remind everybody, as my colleague said, to make sure to go vote on Tuesday or go vote at the election board on Thursday or Friday. It's extremely important. Several issues in Cleveland County, state representative, state Senate, United States Senate, United States House of Representatives, sheriff, county clerk. There are just a number of things that are on the ballot that are really important to local and state government. So everybody needs to get out there, even more so now than ever. Every vote could make all the difference. So I have no idea what to expect with turnout. And like I've voiced my concerns before about the polling places and the people that we rely on to work those polling places, and then being, a susceptible population to COVID-19. So very interested to see how it turns out, but everybody does need to go vote. There's also a very important state question that could make a significant difference in a positive way, in my opinion, for the healthcare for citizens of Oklahoma. We are one of the highest uninsured states in the country. We are one of the most unhealthy states in the country. And our tax dollars for a long time now have been going to other states, to their health programs, and not to our residents. So it's time, I think, we take those tax dollars, our tax dollars, back and use them to improve the lives of our residents. So I am encouraging a yes vote on that one next Tuesday. So outside of that, I just, as has always been my policy in my time on council, my door is always open. I'm open to meet individually with anybody that's interested to know more about what's going on in the city government or just anything locally. I do have pretty decent historical knowledge of issues the city has dealt with, and I feel strongly that my votes are extremely well informed and well thought out. So that's really my comments about that. I look forward to discussing with anybody that has further questions about what we did last week, our postponement tonight, the hotel issue. As anybody that's just watched the last 2 or 3 meetings could easily have figured out by now, we deal with a pretty wide range of issues, and very fascinating. It's very interesting, but it can also be very complicated, and it can be very difficult for the general public to understand what we're doing. So I think we have to keep that in mind as well, that not everybody has been following along as long as we have, or that other people watching might have. And so, like I said, I'm just looking forward to the issues we have coming up with the new council members and the new budget year, and a lot of potentially exciting things, COVID-19 aside, that I see on the horizon. So anyway, that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before your comments, can I just jump in and share a couple of quick things?
Of course.
Two areas of thought. Just wanted to compliment our staff in terms of the output. The last handful of agendas the council has had to address, very heavy lifting for a city council, and we appreciate your diligence as a council to pick up an agenda packet that, if you're getting the paper copy, it's probably 10 pounds a pop. It's a lot of work. Our staff has been working just incredible hours, nights and weekends, to make sure these documents are prepared, working with the community to move the process along in a timely fashion as efficiently as possible. We are literally moving at the speed the market is requesting. And this is the speed. It's kind of an amazing thought to recognize how busy things are in the city of Norman, given what's going on with COVID-19, et cetera. So just wanted to say thank you to our staff. They've been hitting it hard. They don't complain. If they do, they complain under their breath, and they don't complain to me. But I'm really grateful that we've got such a dedicated group of professionals that are helping keep the pace of government moving at its current clip. Also wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Carter, and I will thank Councilmember Scott. She's not online with us currently. Councilmember Carter, I hope you would do us a favor and continue to share your pictures of your travels in the pursuit of good horse health. I feel like I get to travel vicariously through your pictures, so hopefully you will continue, and I wanted to say it has been an honor to serve you.
It's been my honor as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, City Manager Pyle. All right. I've got a few things, and I'll keep it brief. I know we're gonna make it out on the same day that we started, and that's always a win. I took the challenge of council members Behrman and Scanlon and got my shirt Gone Saving Lives. It's for a blood donation. I think this was number 49 for me, so I'm no stranger to giving blood, but I hadn't done it during this whole experience. But it was very sanitary. Everybody wore masks, and it's needed. And we actually got reached out today by the Red Cross that is also having, I believe, a blood drive at the Cox Convention Center, which has plenty of space for social distancing on June 30th. So please be sure to check that out. It's an easy way to help your neighbors. And speaking of helping your neighbors, lots of other ways to do that. The census, if you haven't done that, there's still plenty of time to do so. I want to give a shout out to Mayor Will Joyce from Stillwater and to thank him for hauling his cookies all the way to Norman. If you recall, we had a friendly wager about which city would complete the census at the highest numbers by a certain date, and Norman residents pulled out the W. So he came to Norman. I took him to lunch for a patio lunch at on Campus Corner, and it was nice talking about a bunch of different city issues, especially, the college town. It is unique. And so he's been a wonderful ally through all of this. But then he spent his money in Norman buying the hat he will wear at a Stillwater City Council meeting. So I really appreciated that class in the sales tax money, because we all know how important that is to Oklahoma City. So I really appreciate that. So thank you again, Mayor Joyce. But again, take the census. Another way that we can help our neighbors, and I'm just going to say it because it shouldn't be political. It's about science, and the doctors are telling us to do it. Wear a mask. We've asked you to do that. Practice physical distancing. Wash your hands. I'd like to share some quick numbers with you. The week of June 10th through June 16th, we had a total of 9 new cases. Norman was number 7 in the list of total number of COVID-19 cases in the state, despite being the 3rd largest city in the state. Last week, June 17th through June 23rd, we have 75 new cases. 75. Like, I went to law school, not math school, but I'm pretty sure that's like an 800% increase in new reported cases. And it's all avoidable. Well, it's not always avoidable, but you can actively avoid it. And Mayor Holt had a press release today and pointed out that the Oklahoma Health Department has listed where the top 7 places with contact tracing is finding these in. It's house parties, it's bars, it's gyms, it's faith services, it's weddings. So I've asked our health department to provide similar statistics. Our emergency management team is still meeting weekly. We will meet tomorrow to discuss the next steps. But as the numbers continue to rise, we will have a public conversation about this next Tuesday in our study session at 5:30 p.m., which will also be on Zoom. We will invite Dr. Razkov back to speak with the council, but also Mr. Richie Split with Norman Regional Health System, because we keep hearing about hospital capacity. So I can't encourage you enough. It's not a political statement, it's a health statement. The Oklahoma Standard, I have not lost faith. It's still there. We still care about our neighbors. And an easy way to show that is by wearing a facial covering. Okay. Vote on June 30th. I'll reiterate that again. Very important stuff. And then speaking about the reallocated funds from the police department, I have created a task force to help us identify how those funds will be best spent. I have begun research, and there are a lot of great options out there that, believe it or not, if we can tackle some of our city's social issues on the front end and actually improve quality of life for all residents, I am a believer that it will improve quality of job for our police department as well. So I look forward to the opportunity to show that we can try things differently. Norman's often trailblazers, and we're going to try it here as well. And then finally, my thanks to Councilmember Carter. It's been an honor to get to know you. I'm so glad that our paths have crossed, and I hope they never uncross. And I want to see the buffalo more than the horses. So Put me on your calendar for some outdoor safe physical distancing buffalo viewing. All right.
Anytime. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Well, with that, this meeting is adjourned.
Good night.
Night.
I did not
Good night,
know.
guys.
Thank you. We had some buffalo